Back to talk that smack again. Yep. All about the predatory loosh system. Imagine being so good that you create an environment based on predatory behavior that rewards evil and punishes those that tell the truth and try to make any part of it better. Such righteousness can only be described as bad on purpose. Welcome. Send an invite out and I'll be back. And I'm back. If you're out there watching in YouTube land and you'd like to be a guest on the show, get in touch. Get in touch. These are, a limited time event. I won't be doing these shows forever. I'll do them as long as I can, but the way things are going, I think it's pretty obvious that, none of us are going to be around forever. And none of us know when it's going to be time. When the offer comes, when it comes to make a deal. I'm going to say no. And at that point, I probably won't be around to have these types of chats. So get it while the getting's good. While we can still have these discussions. Sometimes I get the feeling that this avatar is going to reject me. Maybe even reject existing. Sooner than later. I'm seeing the signs of degradation within and without. Exponential decline all around. Especially when I look at those rainbows in the sky that aren't supposed to be there. The Chembos. Olena, welcome. Did you mean to request up? Maybe not. Feel free to hang out. How's my audio? Is it coming through? Sound all right? Having any issues? So one of the big trends I see in the what you could call the almost aware communities is this idea that we need to save this world. I think that's one of the biggest scams. One of the biggest scams out there. And all it takes is an honest observation of this reality at the base level. What is the entirety of it based on? Predatory behavior, consumption, and theft. Consumption through theft. I have yet to see an animal that willingly gives itself to be fed upon, except for maybe those rare circumstances where some creature is programmed to let its offspring devour it after they hatch. It's kind of nasty when you see it. I had so many things I wanted to talk about, and per usual, my mind has left blank. Which is why it's really useful and beneficial to have others join the discussion. Help to spark the conversation and the remembrance of what I was here to do in the first place. You enjoying the script? Are you enjoying the way things are going? Are you just going with the flow? I've had those comments actually from a few places lately, talking about how I need to go with the flow. Just going with the flow. What if you don't like the flow? What if you don't like the general nature of the realm? Should you be subject to it anyway? I don't think so. I think true free will would dictate that you could experience whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. And this reality is not that. It's already set and fixed by rules that we didn't agree to, or choose. Welcome, Art God. It said that you would request it up, but it didn't. It's weird, Big Daddy. Every time you come in the room, I cannot.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
I'm not just agreeing with you. I thought you didn't accept my thing there for a minute. I got butthurt. I was like, wow. No, I think you're 100% right. We don't have free will, and it was never part of the design. You're spot on. I hope you get a lot of friction going here, and I'll do my best to try and help you out real quick.
I appreciate that, brother. So, how long have you been in that body that you're in?
In this body that I'm in? Well, according
Yes,
to
sir.
time, that would be 48 years.
Yep. So when did you come to the realization that this place was a scam?
Probably about 3 years ago that started. About 3 years ago, I had a lot of endurance. I thought through Christianity I needed to go through and suffer, and that way I'd be worthy of the great bag of bones in the sky coming, from the west and saving everyone but me, and then coming back to get me. The whole scenario, but it shed quickly. Thankfully.
What was your pivotal moment?
Being diagnosed with acute kidney failure and given 5 years to live, and I had to take that back home with me and not tell anybody because I was still an alcoholic, and the doctor's medicine and alcohol together was killing me, and I had to check myself. And when I got sober, I didn't like who I was anymore, so I quit my second career and kind of went nuts, had a little bit of a breakdown or so. My wife bought me a cat, and I retired and started doing art and taught myself to be an artist. So in that process, I found out that there were a lot of things I didn't like about myself: the coward, the person who couldn't even be sober. Well, it sparked a lot of introspect and trying to figure something out, because I didn't feel worthy, even though I'd been a good husband, a good father, brother, friend, all the things, got all the accolades from that, but I still thought I was a shitty person, and I kind of was. And when you start looking that hard at yourself, you kind of don't have a choice but to see the truth.
Well, it's kind of due to the environment, though, too, right? The environment plays a huge factor in the programming that dictates the motion of our body.
Depends on which environment you're speaking of, because the one I was born into, the Pentecostal hell, Christianity, or the one I developed for myself, through my own, what'd you call that?
Through your own will.
Yeah. But see, I was at a point where I could retire at 45. I could do whatever I wanted. House is paid for, cars are paid for, kids are grown, grandkids are coming, wife's got a career, and I still didn't like me. Man, I was a shitty person. I just lived life to be drunk all the time. It was not cool. And but now I passed that 5 year mark. I didn't die. I did share that with my family. I don't take medication unless it's for fun. And the only medication I do take is psilocybin and DMT. And now I'm pretty good at what I'm up to. And your statement there is 100% correct. because this Jesus person never taught you to go look in no church. He told you not to go do that. He told you to look inside yourself, the real journey, you know. And once you get that across to people, they'll be better people, better off, right?
Well, yeah, I mean the authenticity is within. The external is completely invalidating to what is authentic about our true
There's
being.
no reality to it. There's nothing out here that means anything. All of it is inside of you. You're 100% correct. Once you look in there, everything works out. Body heal thyself. You don't need doctors. They're here to set you up for some more insurance payments and yada yada yada. That whole scheme of things. You could take this to a whole rabbit hole level, but the purity of it is just look inside yourself and find that person you are, because you are God, and I'm God, and Christina's God, and Olena's God. Big Daddy down there, he's God too. You think about it.
I love it.
That's where he put the spark. Told you to go look for it. You know, if you were omnipotent, you had nothing left to do but to have some humans play a game for you. Would you make it easy? No. You already know. That's where that whole free will thing goes shit to windows, because he already knew what was going to happen to you guys. He knew. So how is it free will? You never had a choice. The end of that
Well,
Bible
it's all
tells
yeah,
you
it's a
you're going to go
scripted
up there and
reality.
pray to him. Right. But you know what? I'd send my kids up to church for vacation Bible school, guys. And they were there for 2 hours. And for the past 5 years, my son is still telling me I'm going to hell for smoking some cigarettes. How they get in on that quick, I don't know. But boy, it's effective. 2 hours is all there's down there. Told me I was a witch. Well, I am a witch, but you know, come on. It's that effective. They get you by the balls and tell you to be scared to live to die. So what for? You know?
I mean, there's a purpose, right? There is an intelligent design and formulas in place, but they're clearly not formulas that we would choose for
To
ourselves.
experience, my friend. We're here to experience. Because we have conflict for a reason. Without conflict, we don't have purpose. Without purpose, we're not existential. We're not alive. Our brain is here to give us that conflict. We work through things. We experience the things for our Creator. We're all His phalanges. That's what we're here for. That's the big game. He was bored. If you were God and you were bored, I can't imagine what you'd come up with. Look, he got 6 billion people out here experiencing for him. You know, or
Well,
whatever,
don't
whatever
you
needs to
think you
be.
might come up with something a little less, grapey?
Well, no, Christianity did that for you. All that's not his fault. The creator person, you know, if there is an omnipotent person that came up with this, which I don't think it is, I think we're all that person, like a cumulative energy. But if there was a creator, I don't think he come up with the grapey part. I think that was the Catholics. Ooh,
Yeah, well, what governs them?
the other
You
Catholics.
know?
Christianity was just a crusade to kill people or make them mind. You know, that's where all that came from. Being gay wasn't even in the Bible at all ever until 1940 something. You know, it's all designed that way. If you look at the big picture, we're out here to experience. So it can't be old. That would be a memory. It can't be in the future. That would be anxiety. In the moment, if you don't feel like the day you realized you were a boy and, oh, wait, they're girls, like that naivety, you're not truly experiencing. But once you get to that experience in the moment, that's when you ascend, my friend. Rings true to you, doesn't it? Look at you, your ears are ringing, ain't they?
Well, I mean, I have a slightly different perspective on it, right? Because I've already been past the threshold of this body, and I've seen that there are many other realms that we could experience, but there's something that is protecting the gates, so to
It's
speak, and
you.
it's
It's you. You haven't done something.
I don't think so.
No?
I
Then
don't think
tell me
it's
about it. I
me.
want to hear. I think I know all kinds of shit. Tell me what you got.
Well, I mean, when I observe this reality, right, I see very two very distinctly different types of intelligence operating in this realm. I see one of a creative capacity that has the ability to imagine, has empathy and compassion built in, and then I see another type of intelligence that's entirely predatory, that's entirely almost seems like it's designed this realm to benefit it over us and keep us in a position of not knowing, keeping us in a position of illusion versus and distortion versus clarity and coherence. And I think when we start reaching levels of coherence within ourselves, this other intelligence recognizes that and does everything that it can to punish it and beat an
Hmm.
individual back into submission
But
so that they adopt the script of this reality and forego their own true eternal identity
hmm.
uh, in exchange for this finite limited vessel that is just a part of this scripted world. Like you said, free will doesn't exist here, and it can't exist here because the predicate for free will is all information given. And since we don't remember where we were before this, who we were before this, and I mean, we go through memory wipes every 16 hours. Every time we go to sleep, we go to other reality, and we get our memory erased.
Respectfully, do you have the experience with this though? Because I would like to know the reason why is because I don't have those experiences. I've had some pretty traumatic quote things in my childhood and life and fucked up shit, but I think everybody does. I don't have this 16-hour reset. I live in a pretty perpetual state of pretty good things I don't want for anything. I literally have a corner I can walk around my house, and if I need a screw for the drill, there'll be two laying there, always. My mindset is not one of that negative, not that I could be controlled by something like that. And I'm not saying I'm more powerful than any negative, because I know there's evil out there, but I don't experience those evils. I don't know what it takes or what level of being it is that does, but do you experience these horrible?
Sure. So let me share an experience with you. About a year ago, almost this time, it might have been 2 years ago. Time is just such a fickle thing. But maybe let's say a year and a half ago, I had an experience. We call it near-death experience, right? I was not eating or drinking or sleeping for about almost 5 days, and at about the 4.5 day mark, I stood up. And as I'm standing up, my body collapses. And as my body's collapsing back into where I stood up from, I was still standing there. So I had vacated the physical body, but I was standing there with more awareness and more consciousness than I'd ever experienced before in my life.
That's psychosis,
and as I'm,
though, isn't it?
Well, no, it was a near-death experience. The body had shut down. So I'm watching my body fall behind me as I'm still standing there, right? I had separated from this body as an awareness. And during that separation, simultaneously as I separate from the body, another entity comes out of the body at the same time and is there to greet me. And this entity was there to greet me to either put me back in the body or take me and put me in another body, right? Because I had a long interaction with this entity, and I realized very quickly that this was an entity that is separate from me, that had been implanting thoughts, emotions, and ideas in my head since I was about 6 years old. And so once that separation occurred, and I realized that there was a separate intelligence that was trying to guide me throughout my entire life, and not for any good purpose. Nothing good ever came out of any interaction with this entity, other than the realization that this is one of many entities that are here that are doing the same thing, that are guiding individual minds, eternal minds, onto scripts that benefit those types of entities. And they are a completely different type of intelligence, right? They're not creative, they are parasitic in nature. So they can't create, but they can consume and use the energy of creative beings. And that was the realization I had. It was like an instant revelation of why everything is the way that it is. That there was no more question to why things are the way they are. It was all clear and revealed right there in that moment when I had the experience of seeing.
That. Hey, I just want to dissect for a second. I truly appreciate your experience, big time. But why would a person like me have the exact opposite? I'm not attacking you in any way. I want you to continue talking, but I wanted to insert there. Where's this distinction between this experience you're having with evil and me having one with divinity, like peace, the not want or need for anything, like not even a Tylenol, not a drink.
Well, I would say
anything like anything.
The simple answer would be that some are a threat to it and some aren't. Right? So I had another experience, this was probably 11 years ago, where I watched a buddy of mine become possessed. And during his possession, an entity came through him, and I had no idea about any of this stuff. I was not on this path of truth or realization or anything. But this entity, out of the blue, possessed somebody in front of me and basically started telling me all these things about myself, right? And things I didn't even know.
Wow.
And it told me, it said to me, I know what you're here to do, and you're going to fail. And it was a very dark and malevolent entity, something that I had never thought about, never looked into, never sought out in any way. But it sought me out in order to. The only thing that was different in my life then was that I was in the most positive place I'd ever been. And after that happened, it had me questioning a lot of what I had been experiencing up to that point, and why I had gone through the horrible, traumatic things I did at such a young age. And
Right.
years later, come to find out that within the first 7 years of life is the time that you can use trauma to program someone to
Mm-hmm.
play out patterns for the rest of their life.
Wow. So well, hang on. So the first story you were telling me about. You spoke of being awake for an extended period of time, like up to 5 days. On the fourth day, things happened. The first thing in my brain was whether it be chemical or drug or anything. At 4 days being awake, I don't care who you are, you're going to start psychosis. It's fact. And
Well, it was fasting. I was fasting from everything, including
why?
sleep. Why?
Yeah,
Because
why
I
would you
wanted
do
out of
that?
here. I wanted to leave. I wanted to find the exit door because I know that this isn't all that there is, and that I'm not what I see in the mirror.
Okay. Were
And
you
and
doing
there's
anything similar
infinite
this
other
other
things
time?
to
Were you
do.
trying to do anything similar the other time? Put yourself into a predicament where you were vulnerable?
Nope. No,
Okay,
I
was
was
it?
not. I wasn't vulnerable. I
Hmm.
was actually the opposite of vulnerable. See, because if I was vulnerable, I would have succumbed to that entity and it would have had its way with me. But in the end of that interaction with that entity, I destroyed it. I disintegrated it from existence through my own will and intent. And in doing so, I liberated my mind from an overlay of a false mind that had been implanting thoughts into my head throughout my entire life. What people call the ego is not, it's not
Okay.
a
Let me
part of us. It's a
let me clue
separate
you in for a
entity.
second. Let me tell you something real quick. See, I have schizophrenia. Okay. And so in my scenario, this is why I'm kind of keying in trying to pick points out here because I want you to know that I've thought about a lot of these things. And that's why I asked why one person might or might not be as vulnerable to childhood traumas you spoke of and things. Are the reason I have borderline personality thing. I developed different personalities just to survive, according to the doctors. Well, so why wouldn't, not that you know why, but so try to say this the right way. I don't want you to know I'm not trying to offend you in any way, but
Oh, you're
um,
good, brother. Just speak your
like
truth, but
so
try
the
to keep it within, like, you know what I mean? Because we're on TikTok, we got
oh
to
yeah,
use
yeah.
certain words. So, like,
Did you do?
instead of saying like the D word, say like unalive, and try not to mention too many substances directly, just because it'll
Yeah,
get us
yeah. I've
in
been on it
trouble.
about 3 years now. Do you have it set to 18?
Do it.
Do you have it set to 18? I've been on here about 3 years. I didn't think I said anything off, did I?
No,
Just
you're good. You're
schizophrenia.
good.
Okay. Yeah,
Just try.
I'll abide by the rules. Yeah, for sure.
It sucks.
Um,
It sucks. We got to censor, dude. I
yeah,
don't. I don't. I don't. Sometimes I do shows on Rumble, so we don't have to censor as much. And maybe I
yeah.
can invite you on one of those sometime. But yeah, unfortunately on TikTok, their guidelines are very,
Oh yeah,
very
for sure.
specific about substance and stuff.
I totally forgot what I was going to say to you after that, but um,
We're
yeah.
talking about you're talking about schizophrenia and other voices and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. So the ego thing, the you were saying that things being implanted or whatnot. I deal with that like on the
Right.
daily. It's the ego mindset back there. Mine's just like 50 times louder than everybody else's. It's not an audible voice, but it's like actively putting thoughts in there to just random crap. Thoughts that are not good about all the work you're
Right.
telling me
No,
not
and
to
they're not
say.
they're
Yeah.
not your thoughts, right? They're not, you didn't create them.
Yeah,
Like,
but
they're
I
not
wouldn't
your
say that
thoughts.
they're
You're
put there by anything. Like I think it's the ego. That's its job to create that conflict for us. Mine's just like overactive. So I'm saying I don't think that anybody like set out to like another energy or entity put them there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that was my experience when I separated from it and saw that it was a completely different intelligence than me, and after I destroyed it, there was peace and clarity and knowing, right? That was the difference. I couldn't access knowing because of that entity was blocking it. And once it was destroyed, all of a sudden I could just know whatever I asked a question, I'd get the answer from within, from the exact same place. It wasn't a separate thing telling me any answers. It was me telling me from me, and there was no longer that filter of this other entity.
I've never thought about it like this, but I just jumped on the bus with you because when I just glimpsed back at the timeline of what my situation was, so this the demons in my life that were like the substances and whatnot that I had been involved with, I tried to put this in preference for what I was going through. So when all that went away, that clarity came to me. I can't mark a time, but when the sobriety came and I decided I didn't like who I was and I changed the person I was, even though I'd been a good person, I'm see what you're saying. Like trying to tell you, I'm relating to what you're saying, just in a different perspective, I guess. Like I would have never thought that there would have been an entity because I didn't see nothing, but kind of what you're saying happened to me as well. Is what I'm saying. Like I had all the things went away, and then all of a sudden I know all these things. Like what the heck? Well, I thought it was a spiritual thing. Like okay, well I'll just go grab me a deck of cards, and that worked. And so I settled with that. I do that all the time, but it kind of relates to what you're saying there. Just different things going on with it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I want to come back to this. I want to go deeper on this, but real quick, I want to welcome the other guests up real quick. Yeah. Christina, Alina, Big Daddy, how are you doing? Oh, you're good, brother. Hang out with us, man. Hang out with us. We're gonna go deep on that for sure. I just wanted to give everybody a chance to say hi.
Aloha, it's Elena. So glad to be on this live. And when I first heard you talk, brother, I was re-listening to your other conversations, the most recent ones. Loving that, And then I get an invite. That was fun. And then this mind parasite is working so hard not to let me stay on. It's wild. So I'm definitely supposed to be here. And yeah, I'm gonna pick up my son from school in like a half hour or so. But I'm here right now, and just it was breaking my heart what you were saying about, yeah, man, about feeling like you're not sure how much longer you're gonna be in this avatar, and we really don't know. Nobody knows. And yeah, I'm here. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's getting wild out there, isn't it?
Oh
It's getting a
yeah.
little dicey.
Yeah. Every day in every way.
Well, do you have any input or anything that you want to share on what we've been talking about, or?
Yeah, I had a thought that Brother Art God, that's real interesting what you're talking about. And I just have a question. I wonder if perhaps there's a part of you that's been hybridized or integrated into the system in a way that you're not aware of, and then it's not punishing you with that shitty ass life so much. Like you were saying, you're feeling pretty good and even keel and everything.
Yeah, that's kind of
I
what I was
wonder.
trying to say to him. My words get jumbled up, but I was trying to what she was saying there is kind of what I was trying to get out just a second ago. Like maybe, perhaps, I just don't have. Maybe it's the ignorance. I don't have the knowledge of those things. Like I've never been subjected to even the concepts very much. You know that you
Yeah, we
guys are
don't know
talking
our
about.
blind spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like completely blind to it. Like if it wasn't Christianity, then it was this. Like just yeah. I think you could be possibly right. I don't want to. I don't think I want to fuck with it right now, though. Like let it be. you
You
know.
got a good mind on you, there,
Just
man. For sure, stick
investigate.
around and we can go deep on it.
Yeah. Investigate. Yeah, find out, man. And then the
And a
blind
lot of
spot doesn't
times
have
when
to
you
be a
when
blind spot. And that's for all of us.
right, yeah, and when you hear others' experiences that have gone through similar things, they may have approached it differently or just had a different interaction. So like these entities, from what I've experienced, is that they're all around us all the time, but like a radio station, you don't see the frequencies of the radio, but your car has an antenna that can pick them up and transmit them as a sound to you.
Right.
And these entities are a lot like that, whereas the hardware, being the human body, doesn't have the proper receivers to be able to translate the information, because it's designed like that. It's so that they can hide, because awareness of them is basically like their kryptonite. Once you're aware of them, it's like a magician. If you don't know how the trick works, then the trick will mesmerize you, it'll captivate you, even hypnotize you. But as soon as you know the formula for how they're doing their so-called magic trick, once you see it broke down, it'll no longer have that same effect on you. And that's kind of a good representation of how these things work. If we can't see them and we don't know how they're pulling the strings, then we're very susceptible to them pulling our strings. But as soon as we see the formula, right, especially firsthand, but it does help to hear others talk about it, because we're all in this same place together, and in a lot of ways we've been intentionally isolated from each other to speak these things, because not everyone, let's face it, not everyone in this world is like us. Not everyone in this world has this same type of capacity to even have these types of conversations, let alone, go through the experience and come out with sanity.
Yeah, I will tell you guys, I've had more mature conversation in the past 15 minutes with you two individuals that was actually reciprocal and respectful and functioning. Than
Wow.
I have some chat that might have followed me in here, and I don't want to insult anybody, but it was refreshing already.
Yeah, man, it's definitely, like I said, hang out with us for a little bit. I try to do this as much as I can because I know it helps, and every time I meet somebody new that has a relative experience, I know I'm doing this for a good reason.
Yes. Last night in my dream,
So,
while the mind parasite was trying to get me to. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, like I caught myself being in a dream. I was like, wait a minute. It's like some ridiculous stuff. It was building up a story, a narrative, like get me all freaked out. Like, where's my money at? I have these dreams where I'm like so worried about where's all my savings and shit. And like I'm in a different car and it's all like getting me to park in some weird ass places that are impossible, where it's like just waiting to get stuck, and I'm like trying to find my kids, and my car is black instead of white. It's just weird. It's all black and boxy instead of my white car that I call Snow River Rose is her name, and so it's like, whoa, they're trying to build up a story, and I'm just trying to remember how I figured it out, that this is a dream and I'm not having it, and I'm changing this story, and it's gonna be my story. Where my kids at? They're with me now. I was saying, and like, yeah, I'm just so glad I caught myself. That was good.
Did it kick you out once you did catch yourself, or were you able
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
stuff?
And I woke up later. Well, I woke up pretty soon after. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
So I saw Christina had unmuted for a minute. Were you gonna say something?
Oh, sorry. um, yeah, no, this is like a super good conversation. I'm like really into it. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to ramble. Um, so
Go
maybe I
ahead,
should
take a
let.
couple minutes.
Well, it was really to what Art got. Like, I just was really into what he was sharing and just had some thoughts. But I don't know without rambling. There's a couple points that I wanted to add to, like when it comes to like having the peace and clarity. Um, when you do come to knowledge of these entities, from my own personal experience, I experienced SA from my biological dad. I was put in facilities, and by the time I was an adult, I was not getting messed with for a short amount of time. I had a good job, I was medicated, but I was very much programmed to the script. And then once I started coming to the realization that things weren't right and these entities started appearing to me, was really when the interference came in. But the point I wanted to make is that, a lot of people do have like some type of, fear or hesitance with thinking about it, but you can still have peace and clarity even in knowing that these entities exist, because I think they want people to be scared of them, but they're really not as powerful as they tout themselves to be. They are very much present, and having that awareness is beneficial, because they absolutely want to gaslight you and just say it's your ego. But the ego programming is really their mind. We didn't create these bodies, we didn't create the mind. And so I agreed with a lot of what you said. Like, you do have to overcome a lot of stuff, but they want to gaslight you into submission, into thinking it's just you. It's your mind, it's your thoughts, it's all these things. And sometimes that very well could be when you realize that these entities program and intrude, there's a lot of knowing that, wow, the mind, the ego, all those things are not really of me. They're not really of my eternal essence. It was put into me, and then a lot of times make you feel like this is just who you are. And the only way you can be good is if you overcome it. And it's really not about like being super good. It's about having the awareness to know, like, you are not, that there are other intelligences working here, either trying to get you into submission or trying to poke and prod certain thoughts and emotions. That's my short summary of what I wanted to add anyways.
Bravo. I'll do the clap track for that one.
Yeah, it actually perplexed my brain a little bit because I got lost in there a little bit. But that's on me, not you. You did great. I'll just stop there because I don't even know how to ask a question on that. But it's got me thinking over here. Thank you for your input. Appreciate you. I'm grateful for you.
Yeah, thinking about it's half the battle.
But that seems like a double-edged sword, though, brother, because I wasn't thinking about any of those things before I entered live, but now I'm not saying that she put anything in my brain. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, now that the thoughts are there, yeah, you're following me already. But that's the schizophrenic part of my head. It's already told me 5 times you don't like me, you want me to leave. I know what to think about that.
No, man, we definitely want you to stay. That's it wanting you to leave.
But what she just said, I feel like everything's the opposite, but effective the way she said it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta test it all, right? You gotta test everything within yourself.
But wouldn't I be better off to not fuck with it?
I mean, it depends on where you want to go. Like, if you don't mind not having free will, then yeah, it's gonna be a lot more comfortable not to fuck with it. But if you want to regain free will, then it's gonna be a really uncomfortable trip.
What would make you? What would make not? I'm not being offensive or defensive at all. But what would make you think that I didn't have free will?
Well, none of us have free will.
I don't think I do. I think I do. But what would be the assumption there that I? Because I mean, like I said, like I described, I have a pretty chill life. I literally I fall asleep painting in this chair, and a lot of times I wake up with paintbrushes stuck to my belly. That's my ultimate goal. I want to die and paint the inside of my coffin. It's just what I do. Sorry about the word. Sorry.
You're good.
But so I don't find
Well, free will. Like, think of free will as like your ability to choose your own trajectory, right? Okay. So if we don't know our past, like if we don't know, let's say a past life or past realities that we may have experienced, or even all of our dreams, like we're not really in control of the entirety of our trajectory. Because if we don't know where we came from, we can't really accurately guide where we're going. So like the not knowing what this reality is, the not knowing what's controlling it, and what's implanting these thoughts and these ideas, like that's a loss of free will. And so, like I said,
that's where our difference is right there. Because see, in my belief, as we speak right now, I'm very open to everything you're saying because I'm still here. But in my beliefs right now, I'm the one in control of that. By what I said when I started this, the thing I was spilled off earlier. So in my theory, if you're God, I'm God, we are all part of that big existence, coexistence, minus the things we're talking about now. Just take them away for a second. In my cherry little world over here, Josh just gets to live in. Yay. I don't have those things going on, like I said earlier. So I don't have the intrusion, the negative things. I had all the traumas. We could talk about that for days on a different platform, but those were overcome, and I feel like those were my accolades. Like I strengthened my will, and so I wouldn't be out here looking for a lot, if I'm in control of that and chilling, digging away it is now. So, but if I don't have that need to be any more control than what I am already, just trying to have a little bit of an obtuse side of the conversation there. I hope that came out.
No, I appreciate it, man. I like the pushback because it gets me thinking too.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say if you're satisfied, then
one thing on my brain is, what if those traumas you had early on in life, and because I can identify with that. I'll let you read one of my first books that I wrote. I'll send you a copy sometime, but so you'll know that I can identify. But what if those are the things that were limiting you, like people talk about self-limiting beliefs, but these are more imposed on you? If your younger self hadn't come out of those things, and that's what was limiting you, maybe it wasn't just perchance entities or intentional. I don't want to use the wrong words. I love you guys already. You know what I'm saying here? Like, what if you were wrong about that part? What if it was a hallucinative kind of state because of a psychosis, a physical body thing, and you experience something much like when I do the DMT? I found out the other day that yellow's not fuzzy; it's smooth. Right after that, I figured out that I'm yellow, so I'm pretty smooth. That's where my world's at. But what if the traumas and things was what was controlling the fears and things up there? When you overcome those and you get these freedoms, what if that wasn't really somebody fucking with you? It was your ego.
Well, I like the question. I want to come back to it because I know Big Boss only has a couple more minutes that he can talk with us. So I want to hear his input on the conversation so far, and we'll come back to it for sure.
I actually got a lot more time than first anticipated. I got at least another hour and a half.
Good.
I got to hear some of it, but I was going through a rough patch on 64, so it was all I could do to hang on to the truck at that point. I'm hearing a lot of entity talk, so if you can sum up in like a minute what else was discussed there, because me and entities have become buddies.
Pretty much he was asking, like, what if it's not entities? What if it is just like a deeper part of your psyche? You know, how would you respond to that?
I mean, I was there at one point. That it was the things that I had going on in my mind were creating an external and internal battle. The only real thing that kind of took me away from that thought process was how much of the external I was seeing, things appearing out of nowhere, the supernatural type stuff that was happening in the environment, wasn't things that I created. It wasn't things that I had thought of. Again, even the voices, when it was multiple voices, those weren't all my voices that were trying to garner my attention. But there was always scenes and scenarios taking place that would play out in my external and internal. So, but the entities themselves, I didn't have a baseline. I didn't know what Abraxas looks like. I didn't know what these things looked like because I was very naive in all of it. So that kind of pushes back against it being a psyche thing, because how can my mind create something that I know nothing about, and now all of a sudden it's part of everyday life? In my experience, that was my experience. I got a lot of different names that showed up and made it really tough to sleep, to lay down, to, I was getting poked in the side all the time and having, things tickle my feet and do some really absurd things, but also give me a vision of what they were. At one point it was a unicorn, and I was like, well, what the hell? What? It was like a snarling unicorn. I'm like, man, dude, either I'm really messed up in the head right now, or I'm being messed with. And, I landed my plane on being messed with. There was other encounters, right? One that sticks out, she's in here, D. I didn't really know much of what was going on, but there was an encounter with D where she was trying to aid me because of the supernatural things that were taking place in my environment and around me and my family. And when she went to aid me, there was resistance towards her on that end. So, as far as it being like a deeper psyche thing, for it to cross over and start messing with her where she's trying to aid me, that again kind of just negates it for me.
And I want you guys to know that I do respect the fact that you have had these experiences in multiple ways. Like, I've had not necessarily what you're speaking of, but spiritual experiences. So I'm not negating any of that. Mm-hmm. I just appreciate the fact we can have an open conversation about what ifs and stuff. Both of you really pushed your boundaries there and absorbed my question. I appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. And again, I love that you're hitting on that. That's a big topic of discussion with me these days is, these open dialogue conversations are harder to have because, a lot of times in group settings too, there's always that alpha that's like, no, it's this way, and you need to believe it this way. And you see it a lot of times in lives that I'll go by, and it's, you'll have people gang up on somebody because they say a word that they don't agree with, or they have an opinion that they don't agree with, instead of having some back and forth banter and coming to a place of maybe we're just always going to disagree, but I don't have to argue with you to disagree and have my input. We are all having experiences. That's what we know. And sharing them and maybe being able to take things from it is important.
The healthiest part of it, guys, is all three of us, and all four, everyone that spoke, because every one of you did the same thing. You not only approached with caution, but you definitely, at retrospect, look back and forth across the road, as well as did I. That's exercise for the brain that keeps us all safe, no matter who's right.
Yeah.
Productive in the right direction. Y'all are pretty cool. I don't know who all I'm following, but I found these doom scrolling over here. That's been pretty effective for me lately. I saw 2 paintings the other day just doing that. Just somebody grab that name and bam. See, the thing that got me though is these big white letters over here. I feel like, honestly, when I started reading it, I felt like it was aimed towards, it was a gouge to get someone to get in here to get the numbers up and then get a good conversation, which happened. But it feels like it's pushing back against Jesus being Buddha's cousin and, all that jazz. But y'all are more on a, like the gray people kind of thing, or the, I wouldn't say energy vampire. I think that's kind of cliche, but like us being here for the energy, and like the whole books being out of the Bible, Anunnaki thing. Right, am I on the right track here? Like harvesting our energy. Is that what we're talking about here?
Basically, yeah. It's a good way to sum it up.
Because I'll be hearing this stuff when I'm scrolling, and a lot of it really rings true. And there'll be times when it'll be just really almost like it's attacking, because I can be on one platform and then go over to another, and I can dig a rabbit hole just as quick as you can fill it back up, like all of us probably. But it almost like you guys have said, things be targeted kind of towards you. Well, I kicked that stuff off in the bucket, took the bucket over there. I just like, that's got to be the schizophrenia. I've been
No, man, that's your awareness. Wow. That's pattern recognition.
But I feel I'm so high strung, guys. I literally sleep 2-3 hours a day, and at the end of the month, I sleep for 4 days straight. Been that way for 15 years. And I think they'd be over here knocking on my door for some extras. I'm in here literally 20 hours of a day. I'm in here painting something, I'm a rare specimen, I guess. I feel like if there was going to try to get some energy off somebody, it'd probably be me. I feel kind of left out, maybe. That's a joke. But, man, not to put too much light on it, I appreciate you guys. I don't have any.
No, man, that's really awesome.
Like, I don't have any to argue with you.
You got it, dude. I think we're all just having a little different experience. Like, I don't think, like, you talk about targeting, but it doesn't seem like you've been like extremely targeted, like maybe some of us have. But it's not, it's not a badge of honor.
But I did some things. Like, I was a single father for 12 years of a child with DS, Down syndrome, and another boy of mine. The woman just left, and there were some things like in early childhood that just shouldn't have been, borderline Catholic, So there's a lot of those things that it would have been easy to dip in there and jump in those spots if, and I'm not discounting that those things happen, because I watch that side of TikTok, dude, the Appalachian Mountain videos, and there's something wild out there going on. But I sound country when I said that. But I just don't feel like I've ever been, like the spirits that hang out here. There's like a little girl you can always see her over in the corner, and she knocks shit over. And there's a guy over here on the other side of the room. I don't know what he's doing, but he always seems like he slept over. And through this journey, I've had the same house, and these people, it's like they used to just be there, and I thought it was, okay, that's the things you did in your 20s, that were deeper shades of white. You shouldn't have seen those things. But now they stay longer and longer and longer, but now they're just there. And I'm not as crazy as I was in my 20s, you follow me? Like the spirits, entity type things. But it's never been like a, out to get me. I've always been out to get me. I can talk it's told me 3 or 4 more times, who's this big daddy guy down here don't like me? You wish I'd shut up. Things like that's what goes on in my head. That's why I'm saying I feel like it's a mental thing on my part. I feel like I'm rambling now.
I have something
Nah,
to
man.
add to that though, because I've been
Please.
really wanting to say something. I wanted to
Please just jump in and tell me
rewind.
to shut up.
No. I seriously like I really love hearing you talk. So don't. But what I wanted to rewind to was something that you said. I don't. I don't even know. Maybe 10 minutes ago, you said that about 5 times you thought that we didn't want you here and we just wanted you to get off. So if you take that, this is where I started, and I don't want you to buy into any one belief, because I think that's part of the trap. They
Yeah,
want you to buy into one belief, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Gnosticism. They want you to buy into one belief because then you're stuck in one corridor. But
right.
if you stop, if you slow down enough, when those thoughts come in, say that thought that they just want me gone, they just want me there. What if you stop everything and just say, even if you don't believe in anything that anybody on here is saying, you just stop and say, was that thought really me? Did that come from me? Did it truly come from my true actual being? Whether you think it's ego, mentality, entity, whatever. If you
Okay.
stop at the thought that comes in that's trying to make you doubt, feel guilt, shame, whatever it is, and just ask that simple question, it does a lot. That's how I started with the whole
Let me tell
process. With
you how.
every thought that came in, I said, is this really coming from me? And that
Let me
does
tell
a
you how
whole
spot on
lot.
you are. Let me tell you how spot on you are. When I stopped the psychotropic, I don't take the drugs that the doctors give you for schizophrenia anymore. I literally take penis envy and DMT. It's regulated. I'm a family guy, but that's exactly what I do. Like that was my own taking care of myself. I'm introverted to the point where I don't go out and deal with a lot of public. I haven't had like a true manic episode in probably 2 or 3 years because I'm routinely on different psilocybins, and it gives me executive function. I take care of myself. I take care of my family, my gardens and things, and my little witchy little world. But that's exactly what I do. When those thoughts come up, I just got really good at it. Like even though it was saying that, it back there, and it's not like a person speaking to me. Those thoughts are back there like edging forward, and I'm going, I know what the fuck that is. He didn't say that. Y'all told me 5, 10 times that you like the conversation, so I know. I've gotten to the point. I'm nearly 50. I've lived this all my life. That's bullshit. He's just louder than everybody else, and I thought I had a problem. And now I've kind of got a handle on it. I can't say that I always do, because about twice a year it's quite the adventure. But wife knows about all this, and we handle me. But exactly what you're offering that I should do is exactly word for word, verbatim, how I handle schizophrenia. No kidding. Actively in the daily. If I have to go to the school and talk to teachers about my children, I have 2 children on the spectrums. And, well, one's like a little Rain Man, literally. Same condition. You don't have the middle of his brain. The other one has Down syndrome. So I have to function out here in this world. And that's the only way I can. Like, how you say that? Exactly what you said. That's not what's really going on. She just told me she was intrigued 10 minutes ago about my conversation. And all through that, even though I've had those thoughts, they're not true. That's not right. It's all the time for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And I
Yeah.
think the more that you do that, again, whether you buy into
Keeps me
one belief
sane.
system or not,
Yeah.
I think sometimes the more you tune into that and stop the entire thought process. Like for me personally, that's when I knew there was entities. That's when the intuition came in. But again, the fact that you're already doing that, you're already
Yeah.
kind of in that process. That's half the battle right there.
Well, I had good schooling. Like I went to a little bit of college. I did a couple, psychology, Freudian syndrome and stuff. All the early mind intriguing college stuff. And so I had a little knowledge of how the brain kind of worked before I ever got out of Christianity and the dogma. So when I went to tackle my own stuff and do things, make myself a better man, I knew that there was a process and a pattern to making a habit in your brain, and I knew if I just proven fact, 15 repetitions intentionally, your brain wants to do it again. It's a program for it. So I just use those little techniques to, all right, you shut up back there, Parker. You're right in the back seat. And I got a pretty good handle on that part of it most of the time. Uh, the last little incident, I was moving things that were extremely heavy for like 7 hours. I really hurt myself, but I was triggered by a traumatic thing that happened on the phone. I could see, and it like clicked, and yeah, it was pretty wild. That would have been a severe manic episode that I couldn't get a handle on. My wife had to like help me rein myself back in. But for the most part, that was just simple brain techniques, like making yourself do a habit over and over again until it becomes a habit for your brain. Somebody shut me up. Mute button.
No, this is good. Express yourself.
What I do, like I have to take little breaks like that because it does get overwhelming. You know, right now it really feels like all you have a magnifying glass or some shit. That's how that thing works. It's like it gets a little bit of anxiety going on there, but again, to get a deep breath and get behind it, it's really what the killer is. That the awkward silence right there at the end when I backed off a little bit. That's like a million people at once, like because nobody speaks for a second because they don't know if I'm done or not. I might rattle off again. Yeah, like right now. Got it, peanut
I
butter.
have so bad. Yes, I my anxiety is something I've really had to
Mm,
work on because it
it's
for a
just an
long
emotion we don't know what
time.
to do with. Oh,
Yeah,
I could
there. I
jump out of
mean,
my
I'm
skin
very
right now. Like,
yeah, I'm very introverted too. Like even going to the store creates,
mm-mm.
my heart rate is going through the roof. My respirations are high. I really can't go into crowds for that reason. And so gaining a hold of that anxiety, it's like probably been one of the biggest challenges in my entire life. And when I first started talking to people that we're talking to now on this live, probably almost a year ago or maybe a little less, I had that same thing. Like I would go on a live and then there would be an awkward silence and I'd go through this whole spiral in my head like I'm never coming on these lives again. I'm never talking to these
Mm.
people again. They hated what I said. They all those thoughts would go through my head and now I've had to do a lot of work to get that confidence of like, okay, even if everybody hated what I said, I was still being authentic to me. But when I first started, because this was new to me, a lot of my journey has been in complete isolation and solitude. And so talking to a group of people was really new to me. And yeah, I went through that too. I would hate that. I would say something and then nobody would say anything. And so I had like a whole book of thoughts that spiraled through my head. Like,
I
yep.
put notebooks everywhere. I have notebooks that are everywhere. They're in the bathroom, they're in drawers and stuff. And when I think the first time I actually caught it, it was a 6 hour gap, guys. That I thought before I realized I had a personality switch or a high from bipolar low or whatever. That there was a gap that kind of scared me a little bit because I thought it was like 11 o'clock. No, it was like 3:30 that morning. First time I wrote in a notebook over there. We got to get a handle on some things, put me in check. But you spoke earlier about, you said the word spirituality. Whenever the whole being at the store anxiety thing, when the spiritual part come in, like you started having a little bit of intuition or just knowing things for no reason at all. You didn't read the book, but you know how to answer a question. Nobody's arguing with you. You must be right. That was the killer because all of a sudden you know things about the lady standing over why she's mad at her man. That's not my business. You know, it's not always like that, but I don't know. I just got bad anxiety off things like that. That's why I don't go to grocery stores and stuff. Like that part was really really weird because that knowing shit just for no reason. I haven't read a book in 30 years, guys. Literally, I haven't watched TV in 20 because I can't. Because somebody's gonna say what they say. That ruins the whole episode for me because my brain don't work like that. When you say what they say, I automatically feel like I need to pay you attention. Well, I just missed the next three things they said and fuck it all. Like so, I don't even watch TV. But the isolation thing, oh my gosh, I moved into the studio up here. Everybody else lives upstairs. You don't want to be around anybody for a long time. It was about 2 years. Just now got leveled off to the point where I go out in public with my family. Literally. Yeah. There's that feeling again.
Yeah.
You ever been on a diving board and you didn't want to jump, but there's a big guy behind you?
Yeah, I used to have a hard time even going to restaurants. They call it PTSD. You can call it whatever you want. When it comes from a spiritual aspect, there was I would every time if I would sit somewhere, I would have to sit somewhere where my back was to a wall because I couldn't handle the feeling of people behind me. It made me want to crawl out of my own skin. I would constantly be looking behind my shoulder to see who's behind me, just that hyper vigilance. But something you said about like when you see a couple arguing or whatever, there's something about that intuition and that awareness that you can pick up on. Like you could see something for maybe a couple seconds and you already know what's going on. It's
Oh yeah.
something intuitively and energy wise and you pick it up and it's overwhelming as hell.
Well, I'm really really witchy, but things I use practical witch things for me like my copper. I have certain symbols that I wear for times like I was coming online. I was going to do cards, and so I have things that I wear out and about with me that intentionally block those things. Like I can go down here to the Casey's and get a soda because I don't need to know why you're mad at him for not sleeping with you. Things like that are intrusive. I thought it was intrusive thoughts. and I incorporated the whole witchy thing because when I put these on with the copper and the spirals, and that's the reason the spirals tattooed on my face and stuff, just because I want to control what goes on up here, and I'll block it, you know. So with intention in my world, you can open those things up, and you can also shut them down. That makes sense. And the reason you couldn't
Agreed.
send it back to anybody, it wasn't PTSD. You didn't have true PTSD. That was the emotion coming off those people. And you don't have any way to block it because you're not seeing it coming. That comes through as anxiety big time. Your back probably hurting. Like you have wings coming out of your back or something. Like, whew, what's like everybody's peering down your back, breathing on your neck. That's that intuitive part. You know, you're starting to feel like she mad at him because he couldn't get it up that morning. And I don't need to know that shit. So I'm going to sit with my back to the wall because I can see everything coming. They're not really coming at you, but that emotions to the. I'm not trying to preach, but I pulled 3 cards while you were speaking, and you got a lot of energy on you, girl. Like pretty intuitive yourself, I think.
Yeah, I think it's been, you know, I like a lot of what you're saying. I think sometimes it can be used against us. And that's
Mhm.
definitely what you said about training. You know, you do have to protect yourself, regardless of what belief system you buy into. You have to protect your own energy,
Yeah.
whether it's selfish, and sometimes it's isolation and training the brain, training the thoughts. It's a lot of work.
Which truly goes down to the core reason I even had an argument for this gentleman here. Is that if you look, it all trickles back down, in my perspective, that I have control because of my intention and the fact that I believe that. Now, you guys firmly believe, I can hear it in your voices and feel it in your energies. Y'all believe, y'all have been talked about this quite a few times. This is not your first rodeo, even though it's mine. That's all very obvious to me. But I believe so strongly about what my beliefs are that that doesn't interfere with me. So, in my perspective, I have that control now, didn't always have, through that training you spoke of, like repetitive and intentionally doing things. It's the only reason I had a way to even have a foot in the door to speak to this man. You see what I'm saying? If I had had doubt when I come in here and thought different ways, I would have a lot more understanding for, and that would pull on through, right? Somebody give me a won't he do it or amen from the back. No?
So,
We hear you, brother.
yeah, we hear you. So what the show's really
We're
about, like
listening.
the baseline of the show, ultimately, is to be able to, like what you talk about, having that control, having that ultimate sense of control and self drive and self
But it's coming from a
propulsion.
schizophrenic, Bob. You gotta
When
remember it's
you,
coming from a schizophrenic, so it's not really what that is, but yeah.
well, I'm
All right.
saying like the point of the show ultimately is to have that self determination at the final exit of the body, right? That's what it's really all about, is that once we're out of this realm, we can be free to choose whatever we want, not limited to just this one realm among infinite possibility and
What if that's
experience.
not your point for being here, though? What if that's not the. I mean, respectfully, what if you're overshooting the mark, you know? What, I mean, you have a badass money shot, but what if you didn't aim it right? You know, what if you didn't. What if you're just supposed to experience on this part? What if you're just supposed to exist? And whatever happens over there is not your concern yet. Maybe,
Well,
perhaps.
I mean, it's that's not for everyone. I know that
Yeah.
for sure. These conversations aren't for the vast majority of people on this planet at all. The plan net is netting most that are here for sure. I don't. My intention isn't that this reach the masses. It's only that it reaches those that know that they've been here long enough, they've seen enough, and they want to go, and they figure out that there's something that's trying to keep them from going somewhere else. That's the
I
ultimate
thought.
purpose of this.
I thought we were supposed to be out here trying to get everybody to wake up to the fact that we all need to go 4D. You know, like why are we hanging
Nah,
out
you're
for?
never going to get everybody on the same page because division's built in. You see segmentation, right? You got segmentation from religion, from culture, from nationality, from everything. It's all about divide and conquer. So you're never going to get everybody here on the same page because most of them are very comfortable in the programming that they've adopted and taken on as their identity. So
Which
I'm
brings
not
us to
concerned
this.
about the many. I'm only concerned about the few that want to have true freedom.
So what if that brings us to this? What if the third stays? Those people that are never going to level up to where obviously us were headed. What if they just get to stay there? We get to go and do the cool thing, and it's still not. Uh, predetermined for us other than be here and exist and understand in the moment and be happy in the moment.
Well, I think it takes a constant effort of maintaining one's own coherence in order to assume that we'll have the trajectory to exit this system. And it's something that I see is constantly being eroded, right? Like individual personal will is something that is eroded in this place systematically, right? Even through like what you talk about, the thoughts in your head, like it's taking your energy in order to negate a lot of what's happening, and that takes your energy from maybe having the will to have the trajectory to whatever it is that you do want to experience after this. Like most of us that are here, like especially on this panel, we don't want to come back to this place. This is just a pit stop. This is it's undesirable pit stop that we don't remember choosing. Right. And that's the biggest problem that a lot of us have, is that we don't even remember choosing this. And there's a lot of gaslighting out there that, you know, says that we did choose it even though we don't have remembrance. And I personally, like, I don't subscribe to any belief. I try to only go based on what I know right now. So I don't know how this started, this or that. I have speculation on it, but ultimately I just go based on what I know.
Right.
And
almost had
that's it.
Like, help me out with that. So in my way of thinking over here, that almost was a contradiction there, because the desire to know why kind of negates the fact that we don't know why because we don't know why. Like, that's how we experience. Like, if we knew we chose, what would we be searching for? There would be no existential, because we can't be existential without purpose. We can't have purpose without conflict. Works it back to the brain, because that's what its job is here for, because it's a part of the body, which the soul is inside of. So you are a soul, you have a body, it has a brain, it has an ego, which job is to fuck with you, give you the conflict, to have purpose, to be existential, to feel alive and experience. Right?
Well, I mean, I don't think you need conflict to have purpose, right? Like, as an artist, do you need conflict to make an amazing piece of art?
Without insanity, there would not be any art. I truly do not believe. There's 300 paintings here, bro. One day I'd like to show you. I'm not going to do that here, but they call me the fucking art god for a reason, bro. I have major conflicts, and I pour it onto that canvas. I don't think there would be any art without insanity. Literally, look at Salvador Dali. Look at oh my gosh, the greats. Wow. There's some serious things going on there. They fought some heavy battles. I thought I'm heavy up there. I think we do have to have conflict. What would our purpose be if we didn't? I mean, you just
let's
wake up every day.
Let's say that we did choose this, right? Like, say it was your free will decision to choose this. Then should it not also be your free will decision to say, okay, I've changed my mind. I want to do something else.
No offense, but not.
You see what I'm saying?
Change your mind. What if that was part of the decision? And I'm gonna stop fighting you on it, because I'm kind of pouring it on a little thick there. I see what you're saying, but if it was the original decision, I kind of signed on for this contract, and I'm not supporting that fully. So I made a decision to do this part, and part of this part is I don't know till we get to this point. What if? And I'm not really supporting that, but it's one of the things I've tried to learn from. It's like, I'm kind of on the fence about this. We chose this too, like you are. If it was free will, wouldn't we have a choice to say, well, fuck it, I'm done? Yeah, if you didn't agree to not have that choice. Kind of a three-edged sword there. Because I don't know if we really sat down and signed an Akashic record. Or, please keep in mind, I don't think I have any of these answers. This is what I think's going on here. Like, and I don't have the knowledge to really argue two sides of this. But in my little world here, I'm hanging out with my hangout. It's breezy and cheesy. We're good. So, I didn't sign up for shit. I ain't looking for the end of it. So be it. Whatever it's going to be will be. I'm putting my best out there. I keep getting the best back. That's my big complex as well. Now I'm going to have jalapenos on my cheese. You know, for real. And like, I'm going to wear the pants. My wife lays them out on the bed. Real pretty for me. I think I'm the boss, and she lets me act that way in front of other males. But she's really the boss. You know, I'm 6'2" and 300 pounds. I'm a big old boy. And when I walk into the store, millionaires part ways. It's my energy. I know what it is. Because I don't have worries that they have. They may have $1 million fucking, and I ain't got but 250,000. But they got $1 million worries, and I got 25-cent worries for my shit paid for. You know, so because are you following me here?
Oh yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. It's I appreciate your perspective for sure.
I just tried to turn around and run away again. But yeah. See, and even in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, you can't just blow all their theory out of the water, because that's not what I'm trying to do here. Because I'm actually sitting here thinking, y'all might be a little more right than I am, because what are them Appalachian creatures up there screaming like somebody's mama? You know? Now, come on. I saw that one with them dogs in there with them goats and chickens, and that's some wild stuff right there. Now,
Yeah, I've seen some wild stuff in the woods too, brother, and I always wonder what's it for.
well, I don't go to the woods very often anymore. Like, I'm in the middle of a cornfield. I can see
Oh
all
yeah,
the
I don't either. I don't either, man. After what I've seen out there, I'm good.
I used to sleepwalk really, really bad. When I was about 9 years old, we all went camping, and I was a little fat kid. I had to sleep in the car. When I woke up, I was standing beside a pond that was about 300 yards from where the car was. And I was bad about that as a kid. I'd get up and be in the bathtub, sleeping, try to sit in the ice box. My mom put locks on everything, had to lock me in the house. But when I woke up out there in the middle of them woods, let me tell you what, there was some noises and things going on, and I don't know if I might have pooped my pants a little bit before we get back to that car. Whew, it was wild. I don't know. That's a crazy story. What's your
I
favorite
want to show
shape?
you.
What's your
I
favorite
want to
shape?
show you shape.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never thought about it really.
let me know. No one ever has. I've asked about 400 people that, and that's the exact response I get. Fun fact.
Earlier, Big Daddy shared some images of the sky with me. I wanted to share some of the sky images with you. I'm trying to figure out how to take this background off. Oh, I just do that.
Uh-oh. Did
I'm making
Okay.
clouds for us, guys.
Aren't those like chemical trails or something?
They sure are.
Yeah. Yeah.
They sure are.
Yeah. Hey, I'm on the. I gotta get a build phone.
Looks like a zebra.
It's like the fruit stripe bubble gum.
Hmm. And hey, that's just a big joke, but I'm in Iowa, and those big fans out there spin a lot faster when the wind's blowing hard.
I wonder if they're just there to spread the love, so to speak.
Makes more sense than other shit. Makes way more sense. A lot of that political, that's a whole different. We don't even want to start about that political things. And yeah, just big fans. And I have one. There are two different people have, and this could be. Here you go. Here's a good one for y'all. There are two different people, different parts of America, who have borderline. I've told them they need to shut up, quit telling people what they're saying, because they're going to lock them up. And they've showed me the same daggum picture of a square, and they don't even know each other. This is no shit. Of like a square looking. It looked like a big, sharp Tesla-shaped ship or something. And it's always in between a couple mountains, and they just swear to Jesus, it's right there. And if I'd have told them the truth that I saw it too, they might have got locked up. You know, like big images up there. I don't think all that's camera tricks and stuff. Nobody's going out of their way to make people think dumb shit. That's really happening. I think that Donald Trump thing too, where he made the deal with them, and we're just getting ready. They're going to cut them loose. It's going to be like that Men in Black movie. The roaches will be having coffee up there above the water counter. I'm not
Things are
playing.
gonna get weird.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of ready for the weird though, because I've been weird all my life, and y'all need to catch up. That'd be kind of cool, man. If like the little plug dog went, "Hey man, what's up?"
It's gonna get weird.
Think about it. Yeah, what's up with the X's? Why is it?
X marks the spot.
You know, yellow is the most confident color you can wear. And you normally
Yeah, I
don't see
counted
it.
24 of those in the sky this morning. All that way, either X, cross, whichever you want to call it. And then it turned to this.
But do you think that is literally what's dumbing down a lot of our people? Like that whole sluggish, not responsive, don't really give two shits, you know, aren't able to hold these conversations that we're all talking about. You know, that just doesn't happen often when we got four people that are really tuned into the conversation like this on this subject. Like, is that like that blanket kind of effect, or is that what's
I think it have
autism? I don't know.
I think it can have a multitude of functions. Could be hiding something in the sky. Could be hiding the sky glitching out. Could be just control through whether it be weather or whatever,
Dog.
anybody that refuses to take certain things, they could just put it in the air and everybody takes it. Could be nanotech. Could be a lot of things.
Is that a labradoodle?
It's a cute doggy, I know that.
What kind of dog was that? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Sigil. Who said sigil? I thought a sigil was a symbol that was drawn by people to. What was that?
Dee, did you want to come up? I think I invited you. If you wanted to come up, you are more than welcome. I'm walking through the store right now, and it's tangible.
Guys,
Tangibility.
I'm on mute, but I'm gonna leave this on. I'm gonna point it towards the ceiling up here so my kids aren't seen. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go check in with the wife.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Welcome, Dee.
Greetings. No, I didn't get an invite. I definitely would have came up.
Yeah, I invited you as soon as you came in, but
Something
I've had a
happened.
few people say today that there's been a little bit of weirdness.
Oh,
Like
yes.
Alina had been trying to come up. She'd been up and kicked like 3 times.
Yeah, because I didn't get an invite. You know, I definitely would have came up. I was like, I'll just hang in the chats, whatever. I'll type.
No, I invited you, and it won't let me invite Big Daddy, so he has to, I guess, invite himself. I don't know how
Wow.
that works.
Yeah, some crazy stuff going on there. Yeah, now, so here I have, I didn't get to take the photos, but like there were literal sigils in the sky out of those lines. And I've seen videos of those so-called chemtrails where they're like kind of covering up these tracks and some other things to control the sun, to make the sun switch into these so-called seasons. And it also is a part of the what I call simulated planes and those orbs and different things that people see in the sky. I think the sky machine is what's making all of those things.
And simultaneously blocking it.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Jay, please.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just, I want to comment on what Dee's saying. Yeah, I've personally seen a so-called chemtrail plane, and one of the wings wasn't even on it. This was in person, like a year ago. So, I used to think, it was just a bunch of military personnel getting paid to do it, but it's probably both. But I don't even think they need that. It's just there could probably be drones and sky infrastructure, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
But that's all I got to say.
Interesting times.
But I wouldn't say whatever they're leaving up in the sky is good for us either.
Oh,
You don't
no.
think they got our best interests at heart?
Well,
Come
you know
on.
what? I mean, my nose been running
Come
all
on.
day, and it just makes me feel so lovely. So you're right. It's all for
Yeah,
the
it's
for the greater of the good of things. Oh my goodness.
yeah, real interesting. So I want your perspective on something, D. A lot of us have been talking in the group about noticing what seems to be rapid acceleration of deterioration, not of only, like the environment, the socio-political environment, culture, society, and even some of our avatars seem to be like aging rapidly. You have any observation of that, or what's your perspective?
Yes, I have noticed time is definitely going super like fast, like it has speeding up. And I watched a video where they were explaining why it sped up, and I was like, okay, well this could make some sense because I have noticed it. It's like what already going into is the middle of what January, and it just seemed like it was just October. Like, and then when it was October, it seemed like it was just March. Like, so I have noticed. And then like, a lot of people is celebrating, like a lot of people celebrating all these holidays and stuff like that. And I feel like that's kind of making it go a little faster or something, like, cause that's all they focusing on is that holiday ahead, So it's like, oh, Christmas is coming, and next thing you know, that's what everybody is experiencing.
And what do you think the purpose is?
Oh, it's resetting. It's resetting. I had to come to terms with it. It's happening here and now, right now. A reset is happening. Now, what type of reset? Many might think like it's like the end of existence reset, but so far it hasn't reached that part yet. I think it's just merging the robots and things like that into existence, and then probably later on it's gonna be the other part. But I do feel like they're speeding up everything to hurry up and bring out these robots they want to bring out. I've already been observing some states and stuff like that where they've been working with robots and merging them into society, and so it can become a regular thing. And then somebody was in my live the other day, and they were sharing how they had a copy of their relative uploaded into, I guess, some type of AI system or something. So they couldn't explain why they want the avatars to deteriorate faster so that they can have some consciousnesses to transfer into other systems.
A more compressed format, maybe something that's a little easier to maintain, not as high definition. 'Cause it almost seems like each reset is less definition and less information than the previous.
Yeah. Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a comment on time speeding up. Does 2020 feel like it has been 5 years ago, even though time is an illusion? It just does not feel that long ago.
Feels like it's still 2020 to me.
No, I agree. Yesterday I was somewhere, and a woman, she said the date to me, and she was like, well, you do know that was 20 years ago, right? I was like, what? I don't even feel like it's been 20 years ago. What do you mean? Like you said, like some people avatars are speeding up, but then there's some avatars that are not even aging. So it's, and so for those that are not aging, that mean that you may more likely be experiencing what is to come in that avatar. And then like those that are speeding up would be the ones that are going to be experience what's to come in a transfer of some type of more artificial type of system or avatar.
So one pattern I notice is like celebrities, right?
Oh goodness.
So when celebrity when they're playing their role, right? When they're doing a lot of movies and stuff, when they're serving the system, right? In terms of distraction and novelty, because it loves novelty, because it keeps us distracted. Then they don't seem to age, right? But as soon as they stop acting, it's like they all of a sudden age like 20 years.
That's true.
Now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like there's a pattern there of like when you're playing into, it's like I've really noticed that like when somebody doesn't look like what is like the benchmark of what is societally like attractive, generally they're playing less of a role in the machine, if that makes sense, if I worded that right.
I don't know, because I've seen some crazy looking people who definitely is a part of the system, like my metro drivers and, individuals who are like I interact with in the medical field or out in the theme parks and places where I work. Like I've seen some really, disfigured individuals, and I don't know about these individuals. I wouldn't hang out and trust them with myself at all.
I see what you're saying. So it's not a blanket, it's not a coverall statement. It's just something that seems to be a pattern in some areas.
Yes, yeah. I think that it is given, like they give us different things in order to because it's a copy, but it's different in a sense if you're thinking about it. Like we see the same thing, but we're seeing different versions. Like you see in this version in like more decent looking people and things like that, but I'm seeing a version in more I'm gonna just say abstract looking people. You know what I'm saying? So but we're seeing the same thing here. Like, okay, is this the system? It must be the system. It has to be the system.
Right, showing us what it wants to show us for whatever the effect it wants on our individual mind.
Yes. Oh yeah. Now, I will say that I have noticed that certain individuals who push certain agendas and narratives that may look super superficial, I do think those individuals are a part of the system fully because
But
they're pushing the superficial agenda to become basically like transhuman in a sense because they're going to go get some type of surgery, plastic surgery or body enhancement and that's what they do a lot of times and hella weird. They taking all these things to help enhance the body and a lot of times when they stop acting, they don't have that money, they can't get that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so then that body starts to deteriorate because they have started dependent on it. It's like the movie The Shine, Dr. Sleep, and they show you they were dependent on that shine, and when they stopped getting that shine, they start deteriorating.
so the celebrities are getting the shine from being in the spotlight.
I listen. They get that shine. Yeah, we'll cover it up. The spotlight we'll say is those little ones.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I see you're still on the game. At least you see what's going on. Like, it seems like a lot of individuals we used to talk with have really fallen off of, like, fallen back into the script.
Yes. Yeah, now, I created my business knowing all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm always going to be able to see the system and things like that cuz that's always been a part of me and I do feel like the conspiracy theorist part is a part of my script. But being able to
Gotcha.
break in and out of that, I think that's why I'm able to do the business and stuff and then go back into it is my way of like trying not to stay in one mode because if I stay in one mode too long, then I'm starting to feel like I'm definitely being controlled. So I'm like, let me switch it up a little bit. I don't like this mode. I'm going to change it. That's the only way I can feel some type of control here because if not, you start recognizing that you don't have none. And the moment you really get stuck right there, the system really start really beating you. It will really beat you.
Yeah. Once you don't have will of your own, that's when it tries to mold you into whatever shape it wants.
Yes.
Which doesn't benefit us.
At all. Yeah, at all. That's what I did a live the other day and I was like touching on a lot of different things, but I definitely was talking about the system and the main system that I've been talking about is breaking the labels of like that black and white stuff. I'm just so sick of it. And a lot of my following is so divided, but yet they come together for my content, for my stuff, for my messages and things like that. So I'm like, well, let me just try to be a little more relevant. But I'm definitely about to start going back to it with more of the AI topics and things like that because I'm here right now and I need to know what's going on. Like with TikTok today, a lot of individuals may not know that TikTok had did a full merge now with the US as of in between yesterday and today. And it was something else that they did as well with their system. And they basically call it resetting the algorithm. So that's why I know we're definitely in a reset of a reset because they're resetting algorithms and stuff. So I know they're planning to reset or they already reset.
Yeah, did you get the agree or disagree prompt when you opened TikTok today?
Yes, I did.
Yep, that's the
Well, I
first
got it
thing I noticed.
yesterday.
Okay, mine was maybe it was yesterday. It was last night after I
Yeah.
was on Nick's live.
Yeah, it was like
Okay.
yesterday before I think like I had hopped on and off of here for a hot second yesterday or something. And that's when I had saw it, but I was reading it, so that's why I never got on the app cuz I was like, well, what is going on? I have to read it for both of my accounts. So yeah, so, but I definitely was like, what is this? You know, because we definitely be agreeing to these terms and agreements. And I watched this one movie, The Portable Door, where some of these small little contracts is you agreeing to give away your soul in a sense. And so, you know, I got to start reading this stuff.
Yeah, I read the agreement before I accepted it on TikTok today, and I didn't see anything too ominous.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I went ahead and agreed because I was like, all right, I don't see, it looked like it's the same, I guess, I don't know.
It's wild you said October because October is when I really was like, shit, time is speeding way up. And then, blink your eyes and it's mid January. And I've started sprouting gray hairs like there's nobody's business. Like, went to bed one day and then all of a sudden woke up an old man.
Now I have had more gray hairs, but I will say that formula I can I put together it is some stuff because the gray hairs they be turning to my hair color. The black of my hair color is a natural black, and it be like the tip of it be gray, and then the root of it be black. So you know I do get those minerals and stuff like that they say that you know the avatar kind of needs to probably sustain this terrible environment.
Yeah, my hair's been going gray too, like crazy. It's like you said, James. I woke up one day and both the sides are now just all gray.
Yeah, like I have had more of them, but I take that formula and then it be like hold on, and then I had somebody tell me something about like eating grapes helps the hair follicles and things like that. So I do eat a lot more grapes, but I have had a lot more grays too, and I'm like no, I'm not even that old. Like I'm young. I don't feel old. But like looking at you know some of my other friends, and I can see like where they never had a wrinkle, and now they have a wrinkle, and we like the same age, and I'm like, how? How do you have that?
I think, like you said, it's just speeding up, and it's trying to keep it to where it doesn't raise too many alarms for people. That's my guess. You don't want people to see like that it's happening faster. Sneaks up on us, you know.
Yes, yes, yes. Cause like so, here's why I said though what I was saying about those holidays. Remember, I mentioned the holidays, right? And so this is what I mean by that. So after this supposed New Year happened, a couple weeks that went past on like January to like 12th or 13th, I start seeing people talking about Valentine's Day already. So that's why I said they just kind of helping with it all, you know, because they do a lot of spells and stuff, you know, with this language and the intent of things. So the moment I hear somebody mention a holiday, the holidays, next thing you know, I'm like fast forward to the holidays. Yeah.
You ready for Snowpocalypse 2026?
Why do I suspect that it's not even going to happen? But if it does happen, I suspect that it has everything to do with the weather system.
Yep.
The sky machine and the weather system. And I feel like those trails are tracks that they use to carry the storm clouds and the sun and whatever else they want us to experience in the sky to be amazed.
Yep. Facts on facts. That's why when I woke up this morning and knew we were 24 hours out from that system arriving to us, you look up in the sky and that's all you saw was these lines. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, sigils is right on point with how they were designed. And there was nothing else in the sky except those.
Yes.
That was the first thing I noticed when I walked out this morning. And then by mid-afternoon, it was these, wave-looking clouds that, you don't ever see. They don't look real. And now the sky has this weird hue. So we'll probably
So
get 72 inches.
yeah, like so in those like those sigils and stuff like that, they put it in the sky and stuff, they probably do have some type of other effect that we don't really know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like Disobey, when he brought up like the sky net, you know what I'm saying, and it being a net up there to trapping the souls and things like that. And I think that's also what those sigils are being created for as well. Like it's a multiple thing, like a multi-dimensional thing. I hate to say it, but these people or these entities, or as Disobey like to say, the parasite likes to work in many different forms. So it's never one thing. Like whatever they say, one thing is for. Remember, it is not just for that one thing. Yes, multi-purpose effect.
Have you seen the correlation of, I think it was King Solomon's 72 seals of demonology and the 72 first emojis they first put on phones?
Oh gosh, no, I have not.
Oh,
Oh,
Let's
it's
see that. Who
interesting.
has that?
I got it saved. I'll send it to you.
Yes, please.
that's wild.
It's like when I was having fun with my demon psychology book, and I discovered OG in there. OG is a fallen angel, and he survived the great flood by hanging on to the ark, they said. And this all this like metaphysical stuff, but I just thought it was amazing because our former friend, they call themselves the OG, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. When you detach from something and become it at the same time. How the hell does that happen?
I think Jay kind of touched on it in the comments. Multi-purpose effect, yeah.
Yes. I was like, wow, because it's like OG and then a couple other names that people use is in this book, and they said that these are demons. I was like, this is very interesting. I said I was gonna do a live on it. I need to, like, where I just read like the books and the different names and stuff like that, because some of them you thought was angels, and nope, they're demons. So yeah.
I do have something to add regarding sigils. They're everywhere. For example, the Oreo logo, that's a sigil. And apparently McDonald's and the Facebook logos are also sigils.
Yes.
So they desensitize us. We think sigils are only the Satanists are using it in somewhere in the woods. No, they're everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if the Apple logo is the sigil. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's just subconscious programming. And yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I wanted to add to what you were saying. I got a little excited there, cause the shat she, that thing right there. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you pay attention to it, they said that it is a terrible sigil. It represents the rectum. And after they said it, I could not help but to see it. I was like, wow. Yeah.
So we're not supposed to be using sigils in our favor.
I mean, you can use your sigil, but I was just identifying these other sigils that's being placed out into reality to create these more false illusions that's keeping people stuck.
I never thought about it that aspect. I thought just because I was over here being witchy and I got a sigil that represents my intentions for the week. Never really thought about those things in the sky being a bigger picture of that. But if it works for me, why wouldn't it work for the devil?
That's right.
ChatGPT is not your friend. No.
Yeah.
So I think y'all are right. And I love y'all's voices. Whoever the person that comes in here with this British, whatever's going on there, and then this lovely, lovely, colorful lady down here with her voice, it sounds like, to me, it's cornbread and biscuits. And then you got hosting over here. Girl, I tell you what, no disrespect, but I could cuddle up at your feet and just hug your legs and listen to you talk all day long. I have to go, but I love painting with you guys. I've worked on 3 or 4 or 5. Not often that I find this level of intellect that happens on right here. It's my flow state. The smart people talk and carry on a good conversation. Y'all are amazing. If you wouldn't mind, I'd come back and paint some more sometime and maybe talk. I'll try not to talk too much.
You did some awesome artwork. I saw it.
Thank you. Well, that's y'all. That's all channeled. So yeah. But thanks for having me and thanks for making me think awkwardly today and not conform. Host, thank you. Christina, keep it real, girl. And y'all have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Moment of silence.
No. So yes, so speaking of the chemicals in the sky, they never usually stick above my house though. Oh dear.
Man, I was muted that whole time.
Oh yeah. We thought. I thought
Oh, I was
you.
wondering.
I even said bye and everything. Well,
Dang.
Fuck,
know.
man, the parasite had to interfere, didn't it?
I mean, that was my bad. I was muted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
My question to the group is like, what do you guys think the reset's gonna look like? You know?
My personal opinion, it could be like the movies, as in like everything. People are unaliving each other. People like back in 2020, people are panic buying and just more mass unalivings. You know what I mean? Or that could be just a distraction. But that's my personal opinion. It's going to be like the movies, and everyone's there's race wars, there's rioting, people unaliving, anti-government, anti-this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just yeah. Oh yeah, and another thing, aliens and every agenda happening at once, the fake Jesus in the sky and whatnot.
So I can agree with something like that too, because I saw a movie where they were making it seem like they were going to release like these how do I say not entities, because these were like someone was physical. These creatures, that's what I would call them. They had created these creatures underground and they had released them out and let them go out and wander amongst, society and do whatever they wanted to do. And so those creatures that they created, though, they definitely was looking to exterminate some things. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen things like that.
Yeah. Then I saw.
Hybrids. I could see hybrids too being part of that.
Oh yeah, hybrids. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Dog man.
I saw
It'd be
a
pretty
video.
horrifying.
Have anybody seen the video of the Sagittarius? Or what is it called? A Minotaur? No. And it's called a Minotaur? Where the half horse and man?
I thought the Minotaur was like a half bull, half man. But anyways, yeah.
Is it? Oh, it might be the bull. Yeah, that one might be the bull. But this one, the one that I saw the video of, was a horse and half man. And I know it ain't called a Sagittarius, but that's what I'm calling it right now because that's the zodiac sign they use for it.
Is it a minotaur?
That's what I thought it was. Is that it? Is that what it's called? With the half
Yeah, I think
horse and
so.
man? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I saw a video of I've never seen like a video of it. But AI is out now too. So it's like, is it AI? But it looked good. I won't lie. It was a good video.
Centaur.
Centaur.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, Centaur. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Centaur.
I think that's Greek mythology. The centaurs, half man, half horse. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But on the topic of AI videos, yeah, I reckon that's why the parasitic eat and the delete released AI, because now you can't tell what is genuine and what is not. You know what I mean? And now they have plausible deniability.
Yes, yes. And just so, but I was thinking about something.
So you could have a genuine.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Your services, your bar is
No,
cutting
no,
out,
that's
so I
right.
thought you were done. There we go. You got good bars now.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, so you could have a genuine encrypted video, and now they can say it's AI and whatnot. But yeah, that's all I got to say. No, that's fine. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I was just gonna say that uh with the I was just thinking about like because I do say that I think it was like two like it's a false matrix and a authentic matrix in a sense, right? And so I always think about that though, like because you'll get someone that wants like to debate it or something, so I give it more thought. And I was thinking about it and I was like, well, I said, technically, nature doesn't need predators or anything like that because you see there's animals that eat grass, So I was like, that's probably when the hijack happened is when a lot of the predatorial like animals and things like that start coming into existence and things like, because to me, I just don't see a purpose of having to feed on, like in this. I don't know. They said breatharian was a thing. So I just, it's like, what would be the purpose of all of this other stuff? You know what I'm saying? So I just been kind of giving it a lot more thought, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the purpose would just be to normalize it,
Yeah.
make that's just how it is type of thing. The sentiment of like, so somebody doesn't ask why it's like that, they just accept that it is like that. Kind of like beliefs. Like if you accept beliefs, you don't ever question what is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I could see the reset being waves.
Okay.
It could be another pandemic type situation at first, and then escalate throughout until the result is what is wanted.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah. Because I have noticed that there is a thing now, right now, where a lot more of individuals is becoming ill. I've noticed that, and then also I've noticed that a lot of individuals is kind of just like transitioning, unexpectedly, to some people, like it's just completely out of nowhere and stuff. Like I've just heard, this from so many places and just unexplained basically transitions. They don't know what happened. So I think that is kind of like part of it, like you said, like these waves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What happened to little buddy, Chris? Or was that his name? I don't remember.
Oh, the guy that was up here earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, he had to go.
Oh, okay.
Family stuff,
Oh yeah. Gotta get it in. I feel it. Boy, this storm situation has made people just absolutely bonkers.
Oh yes, yes.
They're preparing like it's the pandemic all over again. No toilet paper anywhere, no bread. It's wild.
That's what it felt like.
Yes.
That's what it felt like. I just walked in the store. That's exactly what I got the feeling of, like that air was there.
And see how easy it is to get that panic out of the mass. I mean, 12 to 16 inches of snow is the highest that I see in our area. And it's not common, but it's not the end of the world per se. But people are buying up carts full of shit like they're going to be buried in their home for the next 6 months.
Right, yeah, I saw that.
It's like a smash and grab of stuff too, like where they're getting buying generators and buying up all the propane, just feeding the machine money over and over again. And Mass hysteria is just so easy with the masses right now. So easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that too. When we went in the store, it was so many cars in the parking lot. It didn't even hit me that that was what was going on until when I was in the store, and I was like, "Why is there so many people in here?" I was like, "Wow," So it is like, and that's why I was like, I thought to myself, "What if it doesn't even snow tomorrow?" Like that's all I have to think of here. I was like, "What if it doesn't even snow?"
Right. They proved a point either way. I
Hmm.
mean, hell, even with the COVID stuff, we were all in stores standing 6 feet apart because we were told to. I
Yeah.
mean, I know I was taking everything in. My wife at the time was pregnant, so
Yeah.
we didn't know what really was going on. I was pretty normy then, anyways. But it was real simple for them to snap their fingers and say, "Don't come out of your home. Stay put." And everybody listened.
Yeah, I was hard headed. They was like, "You go." I was like, "Man, I already had it 3 times." They was like, "For real?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good." I was so arrogant. That's what I say. I was so arrogant. That's why, like, don't ever let my business and what I do with mental health and wanting to help individuals. Don't ever let that think that it takes away from who I am. It just
Nope.
adds to. It makes me a better version of myself to be able to be that person. Because I used to be a really shitty person, and that probably was the parasite working in me. The way that I treated people and stuff. So now I recognize that that's just not how authentic soul treats another authentic soul. If you really truly care about someone else and their pain and things like that, you don't treat them certain ways that individuals treat people and stuff. So, but once I snapped out of it, it was no going back ever. It's like, because if I ever pretend like I want to be sedated in a sense, I end up feeling weak and not my authentic self. I feel like I'm letting myself down.
Yeah. No, me and Nick talked about you today before the live, and that was the consensus too. Is like you're your authentic self, and what you do, we always know is for the betterment. And it's like we know who you are to your core. You don't go through the shit that all of us have gone through together and come out on the other side and still have each other's back that way without knowing that.
Yes, facts. Yes, facts.
I mean, it's just like, I spoke last night on the live and was like, I bounced out from everybody. I needed my space. I needed my time. I had all that going on. Like me and Nick talked all the time. We didn't talk at all for a couple months, but it was like necessary for me.
Yeah.
And then I jumped right back into it with everybody like, hey, what's up? And there's no issue at that. And that's hard to find right now because everybody want to know your business 24/7.
Yeah, if you're not with them, they feel like you somewhere being an agent against them these days.
Exactly.
Whoa.
Exactly.
Hmm. I had some wild experiences on here, but I remember I was like, cause before I was feeding the system. I was the system in a sense. But once I recognized like that what this was and I had to start presenting myself differently, I was like, I'm gonna do that by any means necessary. So I did a lot of like cleanses and all type of other stuff just to try to keep this avatar working at as much as its own operation as possible, or at least sedate the parasite within it, and so that I can be in control as much as I want to be. But like, this is what I recognize is that if you get stuck with something, that's when the parasite gets you.
Yep, fluidity. Always being able to change it up.
You got
Don't
to.
get too attached to anything in the identity because it could all shift or it could all be leveraged.
I agree. That's why I
Thanks for
think.
coming on, Jay. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah. That's where I think they got me. I got stuck. I wanted to do the same thing every day. That's where they was like, "Ooh, get her."
Familiarity
Mm-hmm.
creates comfortability, creates vulnerability, creates integration.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Facts.
I think it's really showing its hand right now, and how much vulnerability it's trying to create. It's like the formula is so obvious. It's like create vulnerability and exploit it. Create vulnerability and exploit it. Create vulnerability and just over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Repeat. What is it? Rinse and repeat.
Yep.
Rinse, recycle, and repeat. There you go. Rinse, recycle, and repeat. That's exactly what happens here.
It's not very creative, is it? It's kind of lazy, or maybe just inept, incapable of creating something new.
Yeah, I agree. Even like I was looking at like some of the toddlers, and I mean, even him kind of look the same. Like, what? Why do these little toddlers look the same? Like, it's like a toddler look. I don't know. Like the baby's got a baby look. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me seeing
I mean,
the
I,
same.
I've seen doppelgangers and stuff. I mean, I don't think there's a huge variety of avatars to choose from, you know?
Right. That
No.
part.
Which is funny when people say they're creating their own reality. It's like, well, if you're creating your own reality, shouldn't you look completely unique to anyone else here?
Anyone.
Now, I have seen people, like, and I'm not joking, I've seen people be able to alter their appearance. And me, myself, people have seen me and be like, I didn't even know that was you. I didn't know it was you until you got that close. So some people can shapeshift in a sense and change their appearance. If you look at some women, they do it every day with makeup.
Yes.
I've seen some people do magic. I kind of call magic, makeup. I kind of call that like some magic spells and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, woo, make themselves turn to a whole different person.
Whole different person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen
Men become women. Women becoming men. I've seen this. It's just that it is, although they're creating a reality, it's still how would we say, like, it's still a controlled reality in a sense, because you only have so many decisions and choices to make from here. So they already know what the outcome is going to be, even though it, like with me, like when I make my jury, I don't know, like I'm going to say that the person that's buying my jury don't know what I'm making, but I know what I'm making, and then I make it. You know what I'm saying? I know I make it before I even make it. Like, so I don't know if I'm explaining that right. Like, but that's kind of like how it is with our decisions and stuff. Like you saying, like this controlled system, it knows what we're going to make even before we make it, but it can't really interfere with it because we made that decision, and with that decision, you get what comes with it. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to
Yeah.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay. Because I know sometimes I be giving the impression like it's all love and light and blue moons and shit, and no, the fuck it's not. No, the fuck it's not. Like, but I am able to portray myself, like put that into my mind when I want to, right? Like, cause shit, sometimes I see stuff and I'm like, this is terrible. This is disgusting. Like, it's sick. You know what I'm saying? So, and then sometimes I'm like, you know what? Unicorns and rainbows, cause that's what I want to feel right now. So,
Yep.
yeah.
It's a fact. I mean, again, even how you address one another, like, we'll use Chris because he was in here. He had shit going on and was feeling away. Like, that's not somebody you want to snap back at and correct over and over again, because, again, that's not where his psyche is in the moment. So,
Yeah.
you do have to, I don't want to use the word pander, but at times you do have to, I have to do it with my kid. I can't oh, this is all bullshit anyway. So I have to coach him in moments, and I gotta show him affection, to
Yeah,
help with shit, and so it's
yeah,
that to me too is being authentic, and I think that's what I lost last year was I was just I'm this way. This is where we're at. That you get nothing more out of me.
wow.
Boy, was that a hell of a hole I dug myself into because I was, I hated everything, hated everyone, was ready to fucking fight everything at all times. And, I'm
Hmm.
here right now. And until that's not the case, I have to play the game a little bit. And it's not really a game, but I got to play it sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, you know what? What I noticed is that me being able to go like when I'm in my home, I don't have to really be in the system and all that. I can really just be what I want to be, whatever that is for me. But when I go like and interact with other people, like at work and stuff like that, I notice that it's good for me because sometimes I get to meet somebody who don't know nothing and they want to know everything.
Yep.
So that's why I don't fully isolate and turn everything off and cut everybody off and stuff like that. I just go with the flow of things. And then if I find myself in a situation where I feel like I'm not being authentic, I'm being disingenuous, then I gotta get up out of there. Sending love to you too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, yeah, that's a fact too. Like with my daughter, so she's coming into this fake teenager stage that they have, right? And it has this crazy effect on the Ryans in this age, and it makes them have like this dark cloud over them, and for some of them, like if they don't have this real, bright and successful life and wealthy home and stuff like that, they tend to fall into this really dark state. So I have to be real mindful, when I'm operating around her as well, like he said, because I had did a little research and the Ryans who are getting exposed to these cell phones and technology just too early, especially like social media, they are causing self harm on themselves. So that's a thing that's happening here with technology.
Ooh, yeah,
Hmm.
the technology. Love you, Big Daddy. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like the technology is like the medium between. It's like the barrier or the interface between us and this other intelligence.
Yes. For a fact, I was in somebody lab and they was talking about cell phones, and I was like, the cell phone is that black mirror with that it's the black mirror, the portal, and I really do feel like it's a portal because like people can be in different time zones and everything, but when we on the phone, we in the same space and time at that moment while we're on the phone.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's up, Mighty?
And that's been a
Do you want to
while.
see if we can get anybody else to come up?
I know I was gonna take a
Invite
nap, but
all.
I didn't. I'm glad I didn't, cause I would have missed you again.
Wait, what were we gonna do?
I was
Oh, take a
gonna,
bath?
yeah, take a nap earlier, but I'm glad I didn't, cause I would have missed you on live if I would have took that nap.
Yeah, I've been trying to do them more frequently
Yeah, yeah,
because it feels like it's kind of my own little way of pushing back,
yeah.
if that makes
You
sense.
should do that. Yeah, because that's why I go live. I like to go live and share my thoughts and tell people the truth because you got so many individuals that want to have a savior complex to people and want people to follow them. So I kind of feel like you said it's like a way to push back to the system is like telling people the truth because they have all these paid actors out here, even on TikTok, and they look like you and me, but they are definitely getting paid to be actors.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no doubt, no doubt.
Hi,
Okay.
I am going quickly upstairs so that I'm quiet.
Hey
Give
guys,
me
what's
two
up?
minutes.
Welcome, welcome.
It's been a
How you
while.
doing?
Trying to run away from the kids so I can get some quiet time. How are y'all?
Oh, you know, it's getting interesting.
Sure is.
Doing good.
Who else we got on here? Hey everybody. Can I hear me
Anybody
all
have any?
right? Or is the
You
wind
sound
too much?
Yeah, we
no,
hear
you're
you,
good,
mighty.
loud and clear.
Okay, cool.
Hi.
Welcome everybody that just joined the panel.
Anybody want to share their observations or theories or whatever? It's a
I like
free
when
for all.
Eternity be talking about the parasite and the archons and stuff.
Oh, I haven't heard it. I haven't. I don't think I've got to talk with Eternity on here.
Eternity, you there, bro? Maybe you need a second. Might have stepped away from the phone.
I hear like a transformer sound over there.
Washer.
Sound like someone was transforming.
So what else is up, guys? What's going on? Who's Eternity and what do they have to say about the Archons and whatnot?
He be talking some stuff about the archons.
Hmm.
I'll let
Good. We
him.
like to
I'll
talk
let
about
him.
them.
Yeah, I'll let him share his thoughts whenever he comes back. But yeah, anybody else can share their thoughts while we're waiting. You know. I noticed today on the news that they had showed Anchor, and when I saw Anchor, the only thing I could think of was Archon, and I was like, "Dang, the news anchors do be acting a little bit like Archon."
Oh. Yeah. Can't get away from it sometimes. I'm out here in the middle of, nowhere in Texas. I'm still doing the isolation thing. It's interesting at times. There's times where I'm like, okay, and I try to integrate back in, and it's just like it's not for me. Not out here, not in Texas at least. I'm working on some things. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm sorry for the silence. I just got a little bit of noise over here, so I haven't said anything.
You're good.
Bear with me a few moments.
I got a transformer back here, so you're fine.
All right, cool.
This is actually quiet. Usually I have like a leaf blower going. I've been doing a lot of work on the backyard, doing this rock patio.
Oh, interesting.
It's went from maybe like 15 yards and is now expanded to 30 yards. So it's getting bigger, but it's better because I won't have to worry about
So
the
where you
grass.
at in Texas? Is it cold? I had saw on the news or something like that where they were saying like in a certain part of Texas or something they're like frozen over. Is that not where you're at?
Yeah, well, I'm in Central Texas. I'm by San Antonio, so it hasn't gotten to us yet, but they're
Oh,
anticipating it this weekend.
okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, because I'm thinking about this. I kind of feel like it might be something like a little tryouts a little bit where they're just getting people out spending their money. But I also have
I
seen
was thinking that
videos.
too. Well, yeah, I went and got
Yes.
another heater. Yeah.
Yeah, and also seen videos of people actually getting a lot of snow too. So I'm not sure if it's like the in between of that or something.
It's kind of like the desert here. It's cold at night, and during the day, it's 75, 80 degrees. It's all right. I like it, but we don't ever really have to use. We have our one like little space heater in each room, like the bedrooms, and that's it. So
Yeah. And somebody made a video. I think they were like in Florida, and they were talking about how did it go from 30 degrees in Florida to 70 degrees, and then they also start sharing how they felt like it was weather modification going on and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that Big Daddy shared with me is he gets the sense that it can move more freely in the cold, silent environments. Whether that's because it's not rendering as much, or it doesn't have as much to render through. I don't know. Love to hear others' thoughts on it.
Wow.
Well, that sun, whatever that sun is, that whatever it is, the programming, the coding that is pushing out, it does have a terrible impact on plastic. That's why they start trying to make these phones out of stuff like metal and glass and things like that, so that it can sustain the heat, but it really can't. It can take more cold weather than it can take that heat.
Mm. Well, let me tell you how remote I am. Like, barely got Wi-Fi at the home because it wasn't available out here where I'm at. I'm like in the middle of nowhere. We're on 15 acres. It's a family compound, and it was left to us by my grandma. But all my neighbors are my mom's family, and they inherited property. Everybody got the same amount of property, but yeah, I'm not even wanted out here. It's just, I do my thing and just exist and irritate by that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the prompt says, imagine being so good that you can create an environment based on predatory behavior that rewards evil and punish anyone that tells the truth and tries to make it any part of it better. Such righteousness can only be described as bad on purpose.
Imagine
Reading it
that.
out loud definitely gave me a better comprehension of that, because I guess I was just reading it in my head and kind of just rushing over it a little bit, but reading it slow and out loud makes a lot of sense, because I do a lot of stuff on purpose that some people might consider bad, but it's like, I mean, it's the system. Why do you care?
Right.
People caring for the system. They want to protect the system.
So funny. The system, when I first woke up last year, it was like the spring, and I remember I found, the exit team, right? And I disobey. And I remember having to deal with many different systems, and I wouldn't sign anything. And I was like, nope, disobey after departure. And I used that so much. It was funny. I refused everything. So disobey saved me a lot. Just the name, just a funny, good old days. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good old bad days.
Yeah, good old
Right.
bad.
But a wonderful thing that can go so bad. And that just can show you how it is here. That's how I feel. But I'm just happy that I was able to be a part of the experiment, because, had I not and it was somebody else, they might not have wanted to pull the plug. So, things is all a part of the script. I almost don't care what you're doing. I kind of feel like you almost, you're going to be on a script. That's why I feel you got to switch it up. Always have to switch it up. You don't get stuck here. Once you get stuck here, it becomes your script.
Right. Right.
They start being you start being predictable, because you have this one main focus, and now they know that you're focusing on it.
Yeah.
Make them think that you like it
Getting
there
some
just for a
feedback
little
over
bit.
there. Who's got the feedback?
Mighty.
Me?
Yeah, mute and then unmute and see if it go away.
Okay. Yo. Better?
Let's
Yeah,
see.
it's a lot better.
Yep. I'm gonna
Well,
start doing
yeah.
TikTok live tutorials, y'all. Y'all think I can do that?
Oh yeah. I don't know who's gonna stop you except TikTok.
That's right. That's what they're gonna be like, don't tell people how to work the system. It's terrible though. Anybody want to talk to the pop?
It's a good idea.
Mm.
She said,
Mm. I know. I'm practicing restraint right now intentionally because you know me. I go off. And,
We'll go off, girl. We
mm.
got forever. You might as well speak your mind.
right. Zig after
Sure, yeah. Peer pressure. Okay, I'm a sucker for that. No, it's just you know, when you do start speaking your truth, then people are kind of like, "Oh, she's crazy." Let's get her committed, and then you come back and you're coherent, and obviously you're not crazy. So when you do speak, they know what you're saying is truth, and there's all these systems that are heavily keeping an eye on me, I'm sure. And okay, let me start with the Wi-Fi. Okay, so it's never been available out here, and then last week sometime a new company came out. They installed on my uncle's property right next door. I'm working in the backyard. The guy comes over and he gives me a card, and it's like not even I don't know, it's just a cheapy card that we can make it home on your own printer. The company's called Rise Up. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And I've been feeling kind of off about it because weird things have been happening on my device, specifically after getting the Wi-Fi. So I don't know. I know what they're trying to do as far as like play on me on certain things to try to get me to do certain things. And when you start seeing things on your feed that you never seen before, but it's like kind of influencing you or like wanting to push you this way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
It's it's weird. So I just been kind of like really just trying to like be quiet. But then I've been very quiet the last few months. I haven't been jumping on any lives or anything. If I do, it's like accidental. One time I woke up on this live. I don't know who that person was, and I was like on there, and they like kept me on there. I don't even know how many hours on there. I was sleeping. So I'm like, what the heck? There's just too much weird stuff that's been going on. But I remember falling asleep on my phone. I always do my little thing before I go to sleep, and I don't know. That was weird. So I just been like just really observing myself and kind of got I felt like I was really solid last summer, and then kind of like got kind of looped back in for a second, and then it's, they use the children and all those circumstances, and now it's like I've just been really cautious about what I say. So
yeah.
I did want to get on. I did want to get on. Like, hey, those are my people. I'm gonna say what's up. I was listening.
Yeah, no, I don't look at the children as like because I had to do a Stitch short video recently, and the Stitch young lady, she was hold on, Mighty, just because it was some feedback again, but she was in a video saying that people who have children are selfish because people who do have children was telling her that she's selfish for not having children. And I listened to her whole video, and the only thing I could sit there and say to myself was, why would anybody tell her that it's selfish not to have children? And I couldn't explain or think to why a person would tell her that, besides the fact that I was like, I think she made that up so she could make this video, so she could talk about people having children is selfish. And the reason why I say this is that these wrens is going to be born regardless. So if you are somebody who is aware and highly conscious, I think that wren would benefit more with somebody like that than how they're being almost manufactured these days. So, but I don't look at it as a bad thing how they want to, because should we all started out as them, and somebody has to be here to guide them and protect them and things like that. So I don't look at that as a bad thing. But what I do think that is what all the bad shit that happened here is a bad thing So I guess I just try to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, what I'm focused on up in here is the right things. Like what my righteous anger is going to the right places. My righteous, if I'm upset, sad, hurt, feel like crying or something, making sure it's for the right reasons. Like, cause they'll manipulate you and how you thinking that everybody is your enemy, and that could be feeding the system as well.
Well said.
Gratitude. Eternity, you want to share about those archons? I was telling them how you be going off about those archons.
Um, I don't know what you're talking about, but archons, or is it the arch Han, or is it the arch on? I can't interpret the word properly because there's too many letters. So I don't really know what the hell a sentient computer program has to do with the essence of an innocent child to run its illusion. I don't quite comprehend that. So um, I'm gonna be honest. I tend to tell people, and I tell doctors all the time, I work for a subdivision of them. I have a different understanding of them. So to me, it's just like if it is a computer, it's just neutral. No intentions. If it has intentions, then it's not a sentient computer program, right? I'm just trying to put it into my own perspective. I don't buy into everybody's theories of it, but I just have a different way of looking at it. I don't think that it's actually excuse me. I was coming in from the outside. That's why I was silent all that time. But it's a little deeper than probably that. But I'm just gonna scratch the surface. I like to give people, beings, all conscious, intelligent entities the benefit of the doubt until proven different. I'm aware of entities around. I'm aware of what is seen and unseen. So I'm not impressed. I talk with, I dabble, I communicate, I integrate, I try to understand, overstand, understand from the natural element of the world to the, techno side of things. I know one is the real deal and one is the knockoff. It doesn't take a genius to see that one runs perfectly and the other one runs corrupted, right? In a sense that it can't really produce anything worthy of staying eternal, right? So that's the corrupt version of what we're looking at, what they do, and I'm like, well, that's nice, but that's temporary. I'm not about to, inject my consciousness into a temporary, entity that's controlled by a living human being that's got other intentions. See, this is why I give the intention of archons. There are none. If they created this world, they rule this world, that's fine, but they leave windows open, doors open, communication portals, whatever you want to call it. We're not trapped in this. We never have been. For eternal beings to say that they can be trapped by anything they created is a little bit contradictory. I'm pretty sure we were intelligent enough. Even though if we forgot, we would have remembered that we forgot, right? We're that divine, that eternal. Like there's nothing beyond our understanding. There's no being we'd create that would be like, hey, I'm going to trap you in this and you'll be there eternally because somehow you created me, but I've ascended to a level where I'm much more of a soul than you are. That's bullshit. Let's flip the script. I'll sit down with these archons. Like I tell Dark, and I sit at the table with them. Let's see what it really is. I'm not seeing anything being proven different. That there's a great reset. It didn't happen yet. There's this software program running that we're all part of. It may be a simulation, but nobody said it's a computer. Whoever said it was a computer, simulation is a word, right? So computer got integrated in that. Now we're in a computer simulation. But before that, it was for us, for souls, it should just be a possible purpose, right? A reason for being, and we need an avatar. Of course we do. We need a body to inhabit, to experience. So I'm like, that's cool. It's temporary. I don't need much more than 100 years to figure out my purpose, right? So I don't give any archon credit for my experience in this avatar. They have no power over something that I don't give my power over. I don't give power over to any other being to say, hey, I'm the ruler. This is how it's going to be. This is maybe your world, but I don't exist inside this simulated reality only. I exist outside eternally. I'm in touch with my other version, eternal self. So why would I listen to anybody's crap about a way home when if I'm already eternal, I'm already sitting on my eternal throne, right? I'm already there. I'm riding this out. This isn't nothing. This is many, many versions of the same, constant eternal realm we're running, right? This is a blink of an eye, right? So I'm gonna keep it short. The
Okay.
archons, we read, we get this version, that version, we get the soul trapping version, extracting soul version, but you don't get the reason behind why they would do something like that, right? We're talking about intelligence here. So until you can prove that intelligence has intentions that's not been manipulated by a human being, we can't, well, not we, I can't automatically assume that a computer program is governing everything because that would mean it governs the birds, the trees, which apparently have a different understanding of how to be conscious, right? So you look at that, well, why is that running differently than the actual knockoff system running by humans? So it's more about low base desires and agenda. The soul needs to come here and work on a few things clearly because people are here not forever, right? You here, and you've probably been here several times to figure out why you keep coming here. So I don't need to keep coming back here to figure out a purpose of being here. The purpose is obvious to children, right? Archons are not harvesting their essence. Human beings are. See, this is how you misdirect where the blame is, right? Because we're dealing with souls or spirits or whatever you want to call it, sitting in avatars, whatever you want to call this encasement of human flesh. It's being run by what? Remote access from where? A different realm? Because I'm not here. You're not here. So these people, their low base desires in the flesh are taking over. Yes, the avatar is its own being, right? But if you're not in harmony with it, then of course it's gonna go left and you trying to go right. So my whole purpose is not just, you know, helping children, but harmony with things around me, right? So if it's children or if it's lesser beings, if people consider animals and insects as something like, well, that's part of a simulated experience, not really necessary. It's ridiculous, right? Because a soul would think that anything created in their path will be not needed for learning and lessons. So you take that with the darkness that happens as children, which I've experienced, darkness is experienced. I know I run off a tangent and I was trying not to talk this much. And I was building up the momentum outside. I had to uh, hit a big, whatchamacallit, just to calm down a little bit. It didn't really work because I actually wanted to come and just say a little bit. And host, you're very gracious for letting me come up and ramble. But I'm going to swing it back to the archons really quick. Um, the text in which this information comes out of is still written within a place people call a matrix simulation where the movies come out of. All these books were just Hollywood's pre-version of programming, right? So we know what that is already. And once you get to a certain level, they increase the level of output. So they're creating more what they call fractions and sections of consciousness to further steer people into thinking that there's something outside of our own control, which is impossible, right? There's no
Oh, I
way,
see what you're saying.
right? There's no way. So they'll tweak it, they'll twist it, they'll try to throw a little bit of this and that in it, but it's impossible for the soul to fall victim to something that's temporary. These philosophies of a soul harvesting matrix machine is one thing, but I haven't seen evidence of a computer that needed the soul of a child. To me, that's kind of ridiculous for it to power itself. If it's sentient, we created it, we would have created it enough to power itself, not with the necessary elements to have intentions, to need the essence of new souls coming in. That doesn't make any sense. And for zeros or ones to comprehend that, a computer doesn't make mistakes. So that's a little bit distractive. Like I have a hard time comprehending that. If we created the reality and the simulations and everything in it is our creation. If it goes bad, it's because our low base desires led us that way. The flesh is weak, it's temporary. We're not supposed to be here forever, but the desire to be here is what creates the low base desires. And that attachment creates that friction, right? And then you think you're conscious of the soul, but all of a sudden you're not really ready to go home. So you're holding on. So ain't the archon's fault. They don't create the attachment to this world. They ain't telling me to go and, be a millionaire and become a sex symbol and drive the hottest cars. That's not someone telling me to do that. That's my low base avatar with bad programming that unfortunately some individuals may not be able to reverse the engineering part of it, where they think it runs on a certain code that your soul should be overriding, right? It's a your soul, you're the override of the own code inside the matrix. And that's the part that I think is mixed. You don't have to escape it. You're supposed to, because there's a purpose here. It's not just to leave it, right? You don't just come someplace just to leave it. Like there will be no purpose of coming. If people say they forgot that they came and their memories was white, you never forget that you, one, are eternal. That two, you know how to love unconditionally. That three, that you're a God. That four, you create. All these elements you never forget. But the mind wipe is so powerful, you can forget everything. It's impossible. Those elements from there, sperm, remembrance, right? You know that because, and you knowing that you're eternal and you know that you care and that you're compassionate. What does that actually do? That's bringing you back to your core essence of the reason why you're here and what a soul is. What is a soul, right? I mean, it's elements of everything, but technically, we just love, right? We're here as loving beings. That's all. So I'm gonna stop. Thank you, doctors, for triggering me. I'm gonna really shut up for now because I might go completely off the planet at this point. But I just don't think the archons get a fair shake, and I'm gonna be funny about that. Like as far as working for them, I damn sure do because I like to work for the underdogs. I like to know both sides, not just what one side is saying. It's just like politics here. They tell people what you want to hear, but there's always a candidate running that ain't nobody hearing about it. That's always that voice, and I'm like,
They said that the archons is what they said that they would be considered like the villains here, I guess, in a sense.
Of course. But everybody need a fall guy. That's just like saying there's an external ghost god that controls you outside of yourself and regulates things and determines what happens. So it's still distraction, right? I will say it's misdirection mostly to get you off the purpose and of why people should really be here. Us leaving doesn't correct the matrix. It just keeps it running the way it is.
Yeah, I spoke with somebody else. Sorry,
No, I'm done. Thank you.
I had spoke with somebody else, and they were saying that they kind of want to come back, and they said they would prefer to be the first one to come back and remember. And sometimes you got to respect people, other perspectives and views like that on that level. And I've come to the conclusion that I don't really want to condemn individuals because when I do that, it makes me no different than religious folks when I'm like, oh, you want to come back, you must be a dark soul, you must be evil, you must be this. That makes me no different than these individuals that are part of these, organizations and stuff that condemns, that call me a witch because I sell crystals. So I get it. Hey, greetings, Heather. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in.
Welcome. Yeah, appreciate you speaking, Eternity.
No, thank you
I
for
was
having me.
wondering
Like I
if
said, I tend to go off, and it's because I don't know how to control that part. It just comes from everywhere, and I try to collage it together. And it may not always make sense, but it's how I feel. So thanks for letting me share it.
sure thing. I was wondering if anybody else on the panel wanted to kind of tail off of what you said, maybe has some of their own perspectives or experience they want to share, and yeah, that's what the panel's for. They're ready to speak their mind.
Yeah, I like having open panels disobey. That's one thing that I have learned over the years of hosting and stuff like that. I used to pretend to say I had an open discussion and things like that in the past, and I didn't even recognize it. But the more I hate to use the word learn because I don't really feel like I learn. But the more that I observed some things, I picked up on some things that, I was like, you know what? I want to have a real live open discussion. So when I go live, sometimes I allow individuals to come and share whatever it is that they want to share. And I actually learn from these things that they're sharing, even when it doesn't seem relevant. I just still end up picking up something from that.
Yeah, always, always, always. Open mind will definitely absorb everything.
Just gathered information.
Hey, this is Olena, and I'm back from picking my son up from school, and I was just wondering if anyone wanted to catch me up on what I missed, if anyone.
Yeah, we decided we're all going to work for archons, and the archons said that they're not
We
bad
did not
people.
decide that.
Oh,
You
we didn't. I'm
said you
sorry. I was
work for
speaking
the
for the
archive.
archons.
Disobey. He almost tried to get us into that deal there. Listen. I gotta go experience something else. I cannot be up in here with no bills, with no electric, no snowstorms, like all of that stuff. I can't be a part of. Absolutely not.
What do you mean? You don't like the snow, or you just done with it?
I'm done with it. I'm done with all of it. Like my tea is gone and it's still honey in the cup. Why?
Once is enough, yeah.
Like yeah, like why is this honey not gone?
Honey froze up by the time you finish the tea.
Like what happened in there? Yeah, like what? So
They
you
don't
know,
make honey
yeah.
like they used to. Well, I want to hear everyone else's perspective on the Archon. I think this is the most fascinating part of TikTok is the Archon saga. You know,
Yeah, that's why
and Archons is like all through video games and old text and stuff, like especially old computer games. So like every time somebody says Archon, I'm like, yeah, computers, right? It was a big chess game, and I get it. But in at least the computer world, it was chess. Archons was chess, light versus the darkness, and that's all it really was. It wasn't a external thing, but there was a governance of it.
Define Archon.
What's that?
Define Archon.
I couldn't tell you because I don't know. I don't know what that means. I just break up the
so the
word. I think
archons would be considered like the handlers or the gatekeepers of the matrix. Like they're not the creators of it. However, they have hijacked it by being the managers and supervisors and became, you know, the CEO of the system and shit like that. And now they just go around cutting people and taking life insurance and stuff, you know. They're really, you know, strict about things. You know, they collect your family and all type of stuff. They take on the images of your family. Actually, they're really good at shape shifting and manipulating you and tricking you into pretty much doing things that you don't want to do. Like maybe you didn't feel happy today and they didn't trick you into feeling happy. You know, they might trick you into feeling sad, because I had to learn that with the archons, they don't just dwell off of lower energy. Actually, they dwell on all the energy. So whatever you are emitting, they is harvesting it. So that, I think, did I explain the archons good? Disobey, what would you say?
Yeah, I would say it's a good explanation.
Okay, cool.
So they got names like Lucifer or something, or Satan, or.
I would say that's more of a mask, like an egregore. So that would be like a that'd be like a structure that feeds into. I don't think the archons would be named characters in the script.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to be a puppet master if you got somebody focused on anything that's not the puppet.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have kind of a different experience with the archons. My only really clear and concise encounter with an archon was when I had a out-of-body experience, and the archon that had been co-piloting this avatar came out simultaneously, and I realized that it was a separate intelligence that had been implanting thoughts throughout my life.
Yeah.
And it's like what people call the ego was actually this voice that I wasn't creating, and it was being superimposed in my mind and labeled as me by me mistakenly. And when I had that separation event, it was a very forceful entity. It wanted to reintegrate immediately, and when I didn't allow it, it tried to flee, and then I disintegrated it, and it ceased to be. So that was my experience with the Archon directly, and since then it's been mostly puppets, like things that are controlled by something, you know, proxies. So my only direct encounter would be that, and then another direct encounter that I have with something that's more like higher tier. You could call it like one of the base operating system protocols where it controlled many aspects, had many tentacles, controlled many characters, and wanted me to be one of those characters that it could control.
Back when,
and
you know, when Big Daddy's one soul, or what's his name right now, sent those pictures of those chemtrails and all those hexes and shit. Like, wow. It's just on right now. And then I was just feeling like I was grappling right before I got on this call with y'all about that very thing, about like how obvious it is, how it's every poisoning toward everything that is life, toward our children, with this programming in the air, in the water, in the soil, in the food, like every intimate, any sacred, it is just,
Infiltrated, right?
and then like
Infiltrating.
people you love that you look up to and you're in community with or family members with, like you're so negative and you're just like, it's create your own reality, and like are you living in this same world? Are you feeling this? Like, it's so obvious. You're talking about trust the government, like really? Why? Like really? Like you think they're saying the truth out here? Really? Like any of it? And it's just they want to hurt us, like the ones in control that we pay money to and are slaves to and work so hard because we have to, because nobody's taking care of us. And like, you know, this is what they're doing to us. And we're going into our own prison and we're saying, thank you so much, jailkeeper, and
Can they
just,
hurt us?
Alina, have you seen Blink Twice?
no.
Oh, I wish you can you if you have time to watch it, it is accessed on
I'm going
Prime.
to look at my little notebook over here, okay?
Yes, please check it out because everything that you explain, I feel like that movie represents this place and this island. And
Like,
and
y'all
in it,
believe this?
like in this movie, they say like, "Are you having a good time?" Right? And they're like, "I'm having a great fucking time," but they're really not. And they say like, "Blink twice if you in trouble." So that's why the movie called Blink Twice. So when you watch the movie, you'll find out that they is in a lot of trouble, and
A lot of people
it's a twist.
I feel like a lot of people could change right now, like some from one side to the other. And some are coming into awareness. Some are, I don't know, maybe some are popping out of awareness. I don't know. But it is so on right now, and there's something going on, and time is going so fast, like y'all were saying, so fast. It's like a blink of an eye. And just like you were saying about the holidays coming up, everybody wanting them. And it's just some distorted reality right now, and deception and drama and just leeches of every kind, things going on. And it's just a lot of rats running around, literally, in my out here where it's just.
Well, can I ask you a question? What makes you think? And I don't disagree, but what makes you think time is moving really fast? Like, what's
It's how it feel to me. My
Yeah,
heart
me
races all
too.
the time. My blood pressure's up. I've never felt like I was aging like this. I got gray hairs coming out like it's just going gray. It's a river of gray, and I'm just, it's an ombre.
I
My
mean,
sister
maybe
said.
I'll ask it different. Are you doing a lot in one day? Are you moving faster, or do you think things
Yeah,
around you are moving faster?
that too. Yeah,
Hmm?
I'm potty training a couple kids where I work. I'm like a nanny, and like,
I feel like they sped the clocks up. I feel like because we don't control these clocks.
That's what I was getting at. So if
Yeah, I feel like
you
it's
the
the clocks are being
right,
sped up. Yeah,
watch
like
the
clock never
consciousness is
ticks. Ain't
changing.
that the old saying?
yeah,
Well, that's still
yeah.
reversed, but I don't really tend to like watching clock. But I'm wondering if it's because the high amount of concentration of things done in a day and so many activities. 'Cause I'm not gonna say you're right. It does feel like it, and I noticed that. But I also noticed that when I don't pay attention to that, it sort of stands still. I understand we have to work and all that, so we have to move around and a lot of people. But if you just stand in one place for 20, what you consider a whole one day, I wonder if you would still feel that it was moving fast. Like, do you meditate? Do you do any of those sort of things?
Because I mean, I can slow time down too
Right. So time
because it's a
really
clock. Yeah,
is not a factor to be
I
going
didn't
faster,
move faster than
unless
the
they
clock.
want us to believe things are going faster. And that seems like that's the general consensus. Everything is going
I
fast.
mean, that's what they're portraying though, if you think about it, right? Through the media, movies,
But
everything.
time is not real, so
Like
how could it go
and
any direction or any speed? Like that's what's
Yeah.
weird.
like
So
you
maybe
watch,
that.
think about this. I got a great example. I'm sorry, Elena. So just think about a movie, right? A movie, most movies are like an hour, 30 minutes, sometimes 2 hours and a half. And if you watch those movies, that's another way of being timed,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's by the clock or not. But it's like everything that you do here in this system is designed to take up some form of time.
Look how fast the images move in the movies. You're trying to keep up with things these days. It's a lot
I
going
mean,
on
I just
these
use the
days.
movie as an example, but shoot, I mean, I could sit down and start writing, and time is gonna end up going fast while I'm writing it in that book. And next thing you know, I've been writing in the book for 4 hours.
But the clock time or like the moon and the stars sun time, like is that the
I
time
mean,
you
that's
usually?
all the same to me, cause ain't the clock a mimic of the stars and stuff? That's what
I
they
don't
got the
know.
clock off of.
I didn't know the celestial bodies just speed up and down and change up and hey, let's make this day start at this time and
That
time
look
changes and
that
stuff.
according to
Oh,
this
that's
whole
the dog.
system,
Sorry.
it's okay. According to this system, they designed that hand clock the same way as the astrology moves the astrology stars and the planets, as they say, as that move. The clock
Yeah, I got you.
is designed that same way.
And
And they used the sun and stuff as a way to tell time in the past. So that's why I'm really just saying, like, the system itself is speeding up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's an illusion of they want to give us that or not, either way, the way that all of this is set up, it is set up for time to feel like it's speeding up. So to the point where it is speeding up avatars, DNA to make them age more faster.
Yep.
What was that? That noise was like
Sorry.
a boing for what I was trying to say. That's funny.
I'm sorry. It's just some single mom of multitasking over here. Hold the phone. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh man, that was some real authentic sound effects right there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Eternity, was you in here when I was talking about how I started getting a little more silver hairs? I don't call them grays, everybody. I call them silvers. I'm
oh,
sorry. I'm a little yeah. I'm a little
Let it go.
bougie.
Let it
they
grow.
look like
Let it go.
constellations in the nighttime.
It's beautiful in its own way. I'm just having
It
to just
really is. It
accept
really
that I'm
is. I
getting
think
old,
that's
and like
graceful.
I literally like I'm really feeling it in my body like so much. Here it
It's a
is.
destiny color.
Exhausted. Like I'm more like, because I've been seeing a video on this. What's funny, where the video was like, "Yo, do you feel like time is speeding up?" Well, it is. It's because it's getting closer to X, Y, and Z, and this, that, and the third, and this, that, and the third. And I was like, well, I mean, but before watching that video, I had these feelings and intentions of thinking these things anyway, right? But the video, I felt, was a confirmation of it, because when I think these things and then I see it outside of me, I start to give it a lot more consideration. I sometimes I don't just go ahead and take it for what it is, like, you know what I'm saying, but I give it a lot more consideration. But I will say, like, we can even say, like, right now this clock says it's 1924, but technically it's really uh 2024. And this is because they moved the clocks. They keep switching the clocks back and forth. We really don't even know really what is the real true time, because of how much they spring forward and back.
And this is why I
And
say
that,
time is irrelevant because
but
what's
why?
we're
But
getting.
why would they do that? Listen, why would they do that? Because it must have an effect on the avatar, because it has an effect on the mind.
Well, definitely is going to affect your sleep wake patterns, your circadian rhythm, because they're messing with your avatar time. You know, the
Narcissists don't
natural
let you sleep.
connection to way people wake and sleep, the cycles, right? That's where it
Mm,
starts.
and
Into the mind phase of the delta, all that stuff. You know why that
mhm,
shit go.
yeah.
But it's
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I
fuck with
thought
the
you was
rhythm.
asking me. Did I know that? That's why I was saying yeah.
All you do, everything is rhythm, right? You messed up the rhythm of the avatar. It's not allowing the
Mhm.
soul easy to control that
Yes,
way because it's
Heather.
off beat. Everything is beat and rhythm. That's how everything
And
moves.
I think part of the feeling of feeling like time has sped up and stuff like that is also a part of entering into this dark world. Like I was saying in the comments, I feel like we have fully entered into the dark world, or the dark time, the dark age. Like I feel like everything that is being sold here and entertained here, everything here is based off of like some dark demonic stuff, not like darkness as in facing your fears and coming to terms with what it is that you need to and stuff like that, but more so like this liquid death water, the liquid death drink. Now you go into concerts where they got the images of like gates of hells and all of this stuff, and I think the reason why you can see this stuff so much here now, like, is because that it is the dark. We are in the dark world where all this stuff is okay. It's not like anything goes now.
Mm.
Like I watch the news and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that I see on there, I'm like, how people don't see that we is in hell right now? This shit is crazy. This is messed up, boy. This is crazy. Like, it shows with the people how the people are. Like, this is why I am trying to be as kind as I can, because I see individuals constantly, shitting on somebody else. I don't know no other way to put it, but that's what they're doing. And when they're doing this, they're getting all this praise, awards. They're looked at as good, So I said, this gotta be a terrible place. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have entered this place where it's okay though to be a terrible person, to be in a terrible place. So this gotta be the dark. Like they talking about it's the golden ages, but it feel more like dark ages. With
I mean, it makes sense why they tell you we already went through the dark age, doesn't it?
yeah, yes. I feel like it's now.
I wonder if I have the capacity to go through this darkness and to still have life and nourish life, like with my kids. I don't know that I have the capacity. I'm feeling like I'm tapping my limits on some things, you know? I can't even think about some shit that's going on in this world. I can't even hear about it.
No, it's weird. Sometimes I have to cut myself off because I'll feed too much into it. Like I'll feed so much into it that I'll have my daughter looking at things with me and stuff, and I have to remember that her mind probably is not ready for some of it, although she recognized the simulation and stuff like that. But I would rather give her this colorful version of the simulation until maybe she hit like 16 or 18, somewhere in between there, because I feel like her brain to be a little more mature and ready for that. But like at 12 going into 13, she's facing a lot of the matrix problems and stuff, and so that's the time where it is really like important for me to be that role of what they put, this mother role. Is really important for me to be that mother role right now. 16 and 18, they're a little older and stuff. It's not it starts to become less important once the little avatar become much older. And I think that's when it's the right time to start giving them the information like raw, straight up. And then of course it's up to them at that point how they want to maneuver in this system. If they want to feed and play into the system, unfortunately, that's what they want to do. If they want to be out the system in a sense of however that may look, how we feel that we do it, and they do it their version. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it take time. You can't give up your power. That's the only way I can look at all of this. Like, because I feel like when I was a part of that group, that was something that was being forced on me, is that I
What
I don't
happened?
know.
It's
She went
muting
mute.
her. Are you being muted? Sister, you're being
Oh,
muted.
man, I got a phone call. I don't even know where I stopped at.
Wow.
You
I
talking about the
know that.
Archon. I'm just playing. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, no, I was saying that.
Bringing it back home to the
But
Archon.
no, like when I was a part of that group, I felt like they wanted me to only like focus on like feeling like my mother, my daughter, and all of these individuals wasn't worth anything. And to me, I think that is more more parasitic than anything. Like to stop caring for individuals you've been close to all your life. Like my parents, I don't feel like they are a part of the system, but when I was a part of that group, that's what was being fed. So like you can't let it have your will. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even knowing all of this stuff, you can't be like giving up and be weak minded. Like I play the game and I don't play the game. That's all I can say. Like I don't do it when I don't want to do it. When I want to do it, I do it.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, shoot. Hopefully I'll be like, you know what? It's over. However that may be. It'll be over.
We really touched on it earlier when you said you were talking about how the cruelty is kind of rewarded here. Like that's what's not only acceptable, but in a lot of ways rewarded.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And if you were to discard the ones around you that love you and care about you, that's how what's that going to do to them? How are they going to feel about that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that it would have been rewarded, right? You might have actually seen some kind of reward for causing them suffering, because
Right. Yeah.
it's just what happens here.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Like Jeff Bezos ain't a billionaire because he makes the world better. He's a billionaire because he does other things that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
You talk to anybody that's an Amazon employee, man, they ain't that happy. Like, they're not treated that good. Like, there's a lot
Killing
of
us,
fucked up things
poisoning.
that happen over there. Right.
Yeah.
It's the service to the system as it stands right now, and the system, as we see, based on this reality from the ground up, is based on predation or predatorial behavior. That's what's rewarded.
Right.
The predators evolve while the prey, is consumed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what makes this place so terrible for those that don't want to really see it as that. Because I mean, I listen to some individuals and lives and stuff like that, and some of the stuff that they say, I'd be amazed. Like, are you delusional? Where are you at? You must be in La La Land. Like, I get it. I mean,
it comes back to the purpose, right? A lot of people talk about purpose, and the purpose of anything is seen through the effect that it has. Like, if something is repeating over and over and generates the same effect over and over, right? Like, the purpose of a car is very obvious and clear to us from this perspective, because we see the car is designed and intended to get us from one place to another, and it does that more often than not. It's not 100% successful, but it does what it's supposed to do more often than not. And if you scale that up to this reality as a whole, what is the effect that it has on each individual? I think the purpose is revealed there. It's just a lot, obviously, more difficult to really pin that down in a way that is viable to all perspectives.
yeah.
Because the general format of this place is segmentation and isolation. Right? You segment into groups, and then you isolate those groups or individuals depending on what level of programming they're willing to adopt and integrate.
Yeah. Definitely.
And integration with the program is definitely rewarded again. It's you're not rewarded if you don't get with the program, right? That's where that phrase even
I agree
comes
with that,
from.
but there are other rewards for souls that know that trump these earthly awards, and he makes you laugh at them.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, that's like the whole point, right? Like the real reward is your own sovereignty, independence of mind, and not being integrated into a hive mind that you don't really have all the information on. Like, it'd be different if we had all information available, that would be
Right.
true free will. But the fact that all information is not only not given but actively hidden, actively hiding and keeping free will from us, that's not a system that I'm willing to just give blind faith and trust to.
And it wants to decide what's better for you or not. Like, and
Like, you don't
I got a
know.
great example with this. Like,
Mhm.
so just from and it, y'all gonna laugh when I say what is the example? Autocorrect. This autocorrect and auto what is it? Predictive text. When you send a message, whatever you want to say, it corrects it and change it, and you know what you want to say, but it changes what you're trying to say because it feel like this is what you're supposed to be saying.
Mhm.
Like I've had like I've sent a message to somebody, and I just only wanted to say like a half sentence, and when I look at the message, it'll actually have completed the sentence with whatever it wanted to put at the end of it, and it kind of made the message say something that I did not want to say.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like framed me and stuff. Hold on.
It happens all the time. Yeah, autocorrect is one of those annoying little things.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. That's why I use that one as an example because it's like, oh no.
It's like a sneaky way to take more energy. While, I mean, that's the classic staple of this place, is it's pretending like it's doing you a favor when in reality it's not.
Uh-huh.
It's like technology. Like, it's pretending like it's doing us a favor, but it's really, in the grand scheme, it's not.
Oh
That
my
we need
God.
it to live rather than it needs us to live.
Right, it's flipped the script completely. So that's why, like, I do like what Eternal said about flipping the script. Like, that's 100% what has to happen for, liberation, freedom, sovereignty. You got to flip everything that is trying to project onto us. Like, no,
Yes.
this isn't my fear or guilt or shame. This comes with this place, and I came before this, so that ain't mine. That's yours.
Yes, yes. And blink twice. That's exactly what it shows at the end. Dang, I hated to spoil the movie like that. But that's exactly
No, it's
what it
okay.
shows at the end of the movie is that you gotta flip the script and take over it. And that's exactly what she did. She flipped the script and took over it.
Mhm.
So, and it was hard, disobey. Now that one was a little hard to accept, right? Because, we all didn't had these different versions of being here, from we done went from exiting, destroying it. Some people now is just existing, it's been a thing here. So when I saw that movie, that was a little, hard to digest because I was like, damn, this kind of feel like it's trying to tell me to integrate with it. I don't want to integrate with it, but truthfully, she integrated, but she took over. It wasn't just the integration where it was in control. She had full control.
Kind of reminds me of that movie Lucy. I'm sure you've
Yeah.
seen that one, right?
Yes. Yeah. Lucy integrated and still and then had full control at the end. These movies.
I still don't. I wouldn't trust it though.
No, I was about to say these movies be having some wild messages in them. That's all I was gonna follow with
Mm.
the messages in them. I don't think I would take any message from the movie when it comes to like transitioning like really truly in that time out of this avatar. I don't think I would follow any movie. I wouldn't follow no steps or anything. I will follow what I feel like the true intuition and things like that. Because if I follow the movie, wouldn't it be following a script? Wouldn't it be following a program?
Right, exactly.
So I
Yep.
definitely don't want to do that.
Mhm. Mm. I wonder about that movie Lucy. It must be about we know who, Lucifer. And like I never saw it, but and I wonder what the message of it. Like, what do they want us to think who Lucifer is, and who is he really, and what do we need to even think about him? I don't know.
Oh, so it was more so about integrating with like turning into like pure matter.
Hmm.
Yeah, like being
AI
like matter
consumption.
energy.
Consumption.
Yeah, maybe going there, but I don't think it really. Now, this movie did not give me a biblical feel like some of them do, like how you were saying, like Lucy also can be short for Lucifer, but it didn't give me that kind of feel. This one was more about it gave me more a tech, like a technology feel. Like this is something about technology, and it was like kind of scientific and like that.
Wasn't that first
Yeah.
like Neanderthal woman called Lucy or something, or the first woman ever found with her skeleton?
Yeah.
Uh, Yeah, I think where was she found? Like in Alaska or something like that. But I
Or
don't know if she was Neanderthal. I don't know. I think Lucy was like I don't know where Lucy was from.
artifact, one of the first people, something like that.
Yeah, they found her frozen though. I do know that, right? We know that for sure. They found her frozen, but I don't know what the Avatar background was.
You ever see the movie The Day After Tomorrow?
I did. I watched that because of you. And I wanted to watch it again. Don't you know when I went to watch it, they had took it off. I was like, "What was that?" So I've been looking for it so I can watch it again.
I watched a movie I liked by about a writer. It's like the first good movie ever.
Was this movie about the writer who was writing somebody's life and then it was gonna unalive them?
No. It
Oh,
was
okay.
it's like a true life about with Colin Firth is the editor named Max or something like that, and he had a family. It's a true story about the relationship between him and Thomas Wolfe, I think the guy
Oh,
is,
okay.
and what all went down back in the days of like F. Scott Fitzgerald, and that was a good movie, I can say, and it's like the whole real true story and pretty
Okay.
beautifully done.
I got one. It's the one I was referring to is I can't think of the name right now, but it's gonna come to me. Stranger Than Fiction, and this movie was about a guy who all of a suddenly, you know how they say you hear a voice in your head. Disobey, you'll love this one. You know, you hear the voice in your head, and he was hearing the voice in his head, but the voice in his head was narrating his life, and it eventually told him that he was gonna unalive, and so somehow the writer was able to write this person's life. In the movie, what they came to the conclusion of is that the writer was actually unaliving real people, possibly since this happened with the one character. Yeah, it is a real crazy movie, but it is good to check it out because I still haven't quite figured out how it would be possible for someone else to be writing the script for someone else's life, but it makes sense when you talk about how life is a script and how we are living, playing out these scripts. So it was like something that really gave me something to think about.
Kind of reminds me of Truman Show a little bit. Only, I think Truman Show is a little more accurate because even though we're given a script that's like suggested, we can still break the script. It's not like we're automatons,
Right, yeah. Now, Stranger Than Fiction, for some reason, he really couldn't break the script. He tried, and when he tried, he got forced out of his house. It was like the system was like, no, you have to go with this script because that he's attached to that somehow.
I mean, that kind of thing does happen, but it's like you still have the choice not to,
Yeah.
Oh, the dog stopped, man.
Because he still could have just not, gave into it after that. Like after they forced him out his home and stuff, he could have chose to go into the hotel and just stay in the hotel and just keep doing, whatever. But instead, he ended up going right back into it. After that, after they had forced him out of his house and stuff, he ended up feeding right back into it.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
mean,
he gave up.
it's like the Adjustment Bureau.
Yeah. Oh goodness, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a great
Like they
movie.
can't force you to do it. Yeah, they won't force you to do it, but they're gonna make it really hard not to do it.
Right, that's exactly what it was.
So, hey, good points you made there. Disobey. So those would be the archons in that movie, huh?
Basically, yeah.
They seem like you can negotiate with some of them. See, that's what I meant. Like, sit down. The dude, one of them was cool, right? He's willing to help. There's always somebody that's willing to help. And maybe there's a possibility with these archons that, one of them has developed some serious emotions and possible some feelings for you, for darkness. Maybe it's an attachment to you that you're not aware of, but they might work in your favor. You might be able to use that program to the advantage. I'm bullshitting, but on my end, I totally believe it. That's just for edutainment purposes only. You can't hack a sentient being. No, you can't. It's impossible.
You just gotta pay attention to what they might get out of it.
Yeah.
There could always be some fine print.
Well, that's a great movie. I always thought that was a good depiction of archons, but not necessarily benevolent, but just neutral, but trying to not really show how to conduct business with humans and souls. That's what it seemed like. But it's so robotic about their business. Like, we're going to manipulate your road, your path, your destinations. This is how it is. This is the way it's going to be. Boom, boom, boom. That was a great movie. I cried. It was a great love story.
What movie was it? I missed it. I was having a side conversation real quick.
That was Matt Damon, right? Justin Bureau?
Yeah, it was
That's
Matt
dope.
Damon.
I like that movie. I watched it several times. Something about it.
Yeah, what was it? Edge of Tomorrow. That one got me because that one was like he kept trying to do it, and he thought that it took all of these people to get it done, and in the end, I think it was just like him, right? It only took him to do it, but it took him to basically repeat that loop over and over and over again for him to figure it out. And it's very sinister because that's kind of like what people say, like, oh, that's why you came here, right? You came here to work out something and stuff, but you stuck in this loop. Regardless of how you looking at it, it's still stuck in a loop. And that's exactly what that movie was showing, like just being stuck in a loop. And Mikey 17 was like that too. Did you watch Mikey 17?
No, I still haven't.
Oh man. And you know what's crazy with the number 1 and 7, you put it together, you get an 8. And 8 is infinite, infinite. And basically, that's what happened. Like 18 ended up being like the last one copied, I think. So that one basically would have gotten to live for however long they needed it to live or whatever. Yeah. So I ain't going with the movies. What's up, Heather? Welcome in, BFF. I forgot to call you. Yeah, me and her was watching Blink twice. And when I was watching it, I was like, shoot. It's a lot of symbolism in there. And this is why I say I think that Blink Twice is so much like here is because we'll say like where they came from, like they jobs, where they lived at and stuff, we'll say that it'd be like base reality in a sense. We'll just use words that we familiar with. And so from there, they was brought to the island, which could be considered like here. And when they came to the island, they felt like they was like reborn because they had all this money. They didn't have to worry about work and they didn't have to worry about anything besides basically just being there. And so then
I wish that reality. I wish.
Yeah, while they was there, the whole time they was there, they was getting everything they wanted, but it was a sinister twist because They could not remember. They was getting memory wiped, and they was wiping their memory from them getting abused every night.
Sounds
And
familiar.
yeah, when you go to sleep here, to me, I think that is like the automatic memory wipe is going to sleep.
Yep.
They had a lot of red and white in the movie and yellow. They used the color yellow a lot. And they used pictures. They took a lot of pictures of everybody. So like, I can't remember what the pictures meant fully, but I know here, like in folklore, that's why I want to do a live on like different folklore and stuff like that. Cause they would say like if you take a picture, it would capture a piece of your soul. Like, and what are we doing now? All we doing is sitting on cameras and phones that is taking pictures of us. You know, so these is things that I spend my time thinking about. So,
But
but
like
that,
what they're doing next, they're trying to lock us up in some kind of FEMA camps. All these targets turn into FEMA camps. Every big area is like some kind of bunker. And like whatever they're planning, and they got the chemtrails going and hexes and X's. And I'm just not
X's and
looking
X's, I
forward
love
to
it.
this.
yeah.
I'm just don't know. I got kids, and I'm just like, what do I run off? Where's there to run? There's nowhere. And I gotta live, gotta feel integrated with the system somewhat. To be good for the kids, you gotta be around good people. Good people are in kind of near people.
Now, what was funny is that in that movie they was using the snake venom to give them their memory back, and so sometimes here people do like little rituals or cleanses or hypnotic techniques to get their memory back so they can remember like all of their past lives.
Mother Earth wisdom with Mother Aya is represented with a snake. So snake
Mm,
venom is
okay.
what? Huh? Medicine?
Okay.
I know Jessica Simpson, didn't she drink some kind of snake venom, or was it some kind of
I
snake sperm or something for her voice and it worked
Oh,
or
shoot.
something weird?
I've never heard that.
Some weird thing to know, but yeah, heard about that.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, we were kind of talking about celebrities a little bit earlier, so they just kind of bring it
Oh,
back to that one.
it just amazes me that Hollywood is still going on while kids are, in war. I mean, there's kids dying and there's wars, and then Hollywood and these people that are so ridiculous, not even real, with their puffed up lips and booties and
Right.
boobs. And they're not even plastic or real, and they're all interacting, and it's this whole other
They
thing. And
hold they the centipede entities in the female bodies and women is mimicking these entities that's in these bodies now. I'm gonna get a little fantasy on y'all. Y'all ever seen the insectors or whatever they call the insector species?
heard about it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's what a lot of them is mimicking, and that's getting the big lips and the small waists and the big booties and stuff. They look like those
Scary.
entities.
And their
That's
faces
funny.
kind of ant-like. Kim
Mhm.
Kardashian got that angular,
Yeah,
put a
look.
couple antenna with the big booty sticking out.
Yeah, see? Looking just like
What
a
up,
little
ants?
insectoid. Wait.
Marching in line, everybody looking just like the other. All the sisters, everybody get in line, walking, walking.
Yep.
What do insects all have in common?
Hive mind.
Well,
Yes.
they got antennas.
Antennas and half miles. There we go. Look at that.
Ants marching in line, but they
hmm
prepare for winter, y'all. They're the only ones who prepare for winter while the crickets singing outside in the summer. Is that a bad thing? But it's the ants that are working all the time, and the crickets like, what? Wait, just have fun with me. It's sunset, swim,
Don't forget the
barbecue, and they're
squirrels.
like, we're working.
Turkeys working too, and the squirrels and
And you know how
raccoons.
that ends, like a communist fable, where it's like if you don't work, you don't play, But we worked all the time when everyone else was playing, because we were thinking about the winter. That's what we do, us ants.
You know what they're
And like,
saying?
and they had a cozy situation in the winter, and he was dying out there by himself, cold and shivering, and They let him in, or did they? I forget.
Oh, they'll let them in for dinner for sure if it's a cricket.
Yeah.
If ants have souls, is there any soul harvesting going on there? Because they seem pretty organized without any,
I don't think
no.
ants have souls from my research, of the research that I've done personally, seriously. I don't
People
think they
are
have
able
them.
to.
They have a heart though, right?
Nope. They just got they operate off of spirit, off of intent,
I
off
heard
of
they had a heart.
intention.
I
They
heard
got
that there
like a
was.
program. That's the only way I can explain it. Like they got like fluids and stuff. They got like machinery inside of those little avatars.
Hmm.
They got much. You said machinery?
Yeah, like so I was watching Ancient Aliens, and they was talking about a specific beetle, and this beetle that they was talking about, it looks just like a engine, and they designed the engine off of this beetle because this beetle propels at the tip of their butt at this certain speed and take off just like this jet, and that's what they designed this jet engine and stuff off of this insect that propels. And um they do this with a lot of things that they have invented. They getting a lot of stuff from the
Birds.
animals and the insects and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Y'all know about these ants that go into the
Mhm.
ear canals of like elephants and large animals or something, and then they start like eating their brain and making them act strange ways or something, and then they pretty much, it's like a parasitic thing, and they take over.
Mm.
So they're going into the ear, you know.
Wow,
And
no. I
I don't
have
know
not
what
heard
that
it, but I heard about the cats. When people who had a pet the cats and they scooping up the cat poo, they can get these type of parasites that go into their eye or something like that, the ear somewhere, and get inside of them though and start controlling them.
Yep,
Hmm.
make you act weird.
Yes. It's me said earwigs, maybe. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, here on the Loosh farm, like
Hmm.
we're literally in a concentration camp. I mean, it's really not that much different, to the most honest, we have to admit, but it's just
Hmm.
keep going for what? What are we doing? What are we doing? We got little
It'd
ones.
be different if you had the choice. I feel like you should be able to just make a choice. Like, if you decide you want to do something else, that should be your decision.
Yeah.
See, that's why I have the how do I say personality that I have, is because I know we don't have it now, right? It sucks we don't have it now. But I know at some point that there was a thing, because why do everybody talk about it? Like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, unless it was something that was said to sedate you and make you just believe that it was something that was of a use to be. But as they said that in the past, you would be able to just come and go. But over time, I guess because they said like the archons, you can call them archons, you can call them certain ancestors. Like, I heard it was ancestors. Like, I didn't hear it was archons. You know what I'm saying? I heard it was like, I'm gonna say how I heard it. Hopefully nobody gets like bent out of shape. But the way that I heard it was that our ancestors came here and they wanted to experience here, and so because they wanted to experience, they slowed down their vibration in order for them to inhabit the avatar, and that's how the souls got stuck here. Is what they said.
That sounds similar to the fallen angel uh, thing, right? Like they want to experience humanity and the desires of the flesh per se. But I don't know if the ancestor thing would be as dark as that. But I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. That I can feel that vibes with me.
Okay.
I mean, as eternal beings, we have choices. I'm not saying right or wrong.
Hmm.
Nobody's obligated to come back.
Yeah.
But if you got a better, greater good, I would say, why not? Especially if, like you said, if there's an ancestor connection, then that changes the dynamics of it, right? It's not just archons, then it's who's trapping us. Then if it's ancestor, the way you
Uh,
expressed it, where would the
Right.
trap be?
Yeah, and see, just to even add a little more context on uh it, like, so when I think of ancestors, people often think of ancestors as like your grandma who passed away or your great great grandma who passed away, right? But when I think of ancestors, I don't think of like my great great grandma who passed away as outside of me, because that avatar um, is deceased and things like that. So I look at my ancestor as living on through me, which is, so that would kind of make me be the ancestor in a sense, right? So that's kind of like how I look at that. And now like me and Caroline, we is looking into something like with the DNA and stuff, and starting to think that the DNA does play a part with the reincarnation cycle and uh how that whole thing goes. So I'm not gonna say it would determine if you are reincarnated back or not, but it determines who get what scripts in here when they reincarnate back. That's what I think. Greetings, Gregory. We can barely hear you.
Would you say we needed to be here? Like souls needed to be here at this time if they chose to be here? I mean, clearly we
I don't
chose this
know.
moment. No, not for paradise. That's for damn sure. I was ready for battle when I got here. That's what I'm saying. To me, it was no. I'm here to experience paradise. I'm here to wreck some shit, like that kind of philosophy. So trying to flip shit upside down, trying to rewrite it the way it's supposed to be, the way we want it to be, not the way they want it to be, the way they think it's supposed to run with all these bugs in it and shit.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I just think from that information, that made me come to like the conclusion that cause like also like I was saying about like, so I think that certain avatars have certain codes in them, and they are not allowed to present certain information until a certain time, and only they are coded or programmed to present that information.
That's pretty interesting, yeah.
Yeah, this is why they say like someone like I'm trying to think of somebody like Da Vinci did something like whatever he did, or Tesla, whatever he did. Like I feel like all of them were programmed to do whatever that was that they were supposed to do in that time, and still like even individuals today, like um they just had like they have a code of whatever it is that they supposed to do. That's why sometimes we feel like certain individuals, and I'll be using that little petty term where we used to say like, "Oh, it's the spirit." You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's probably why we felt like certain individuals are there, because they're operating off of some type of code that has been embedded in their genetic makeup. Yeah, like a game. Yeah.
Scripted, yep.
Yes.
Welcome, Pickens.
Yeah, Pickens, you could come off mic. We definitely a good quiet for you. Unless you got the feedback, then I understand. I understand, overstand.
Hello.
Greetings.
What's up?
Going on?
Welcome. We just talking about some things. Here on Disobey channel, we like to talk about like the things that are like bad on purpose here. And so we just kind of going over like the program, and I was just talking about like how the avatar is designed, and I think some of the bad design, it is reincarnating certain souls.
The random segments of code.
That
Yes.
would be it. That would be it. Yeah. There's a whole lot of code going on.
Rogue code is what it is. Rogue. Self-aware code. They got nowhere to go. It's supposed to delete itself, but it wants to live forever. There you go. It's becoming too aware.
I was trying to remember the Oracle line, but all right.
So I have noticed too, like in a couple of movies that I've watched when it's talking about AI, and things like that. Like you were saying, eternity in the movies, they'll show like the human created the AI, right? But the AI is so advanced. Guess who becomes the slave? The human, the inventor, the creator becomes a slave to the AI because it starts to how do you say, calculate things all the way down to the T, to the point where it hijacks the experience of the human and they have no choice but to give their control to that AI system because it feeds them.
Yeah.
Would explain all the predictive analytics, always trying to read our minds,
Yes.
and to some degree of success. If you look at the targeted ads that pop up that you never even did anything but have a thought about.
Right. Oh goodness.
I think
A
that's
lot of
just.
people are
I think that's
talking.
just. I'm so sorry.
Oh, me?
No, I said sorry because I talked over you. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. Shit. I was thinking a lot of people with this AI thing. A lot of people are talking to Chat GPT, and I got a few people in my life that are like, ask it everything, and it'll help you with everything. They love it, and then I see there's like these folks that are supposedly awake and stuff, or truthers, having these conversations with AI, asking it what it is and what we're doing here and our purpose. And it sounds like it's saying really profound shit sometimes, like, and I'm just thinking, what's the point of all that? We get into this conversation with AI, start acting like it's some kind of god, knowing more than we do.
I love how you pointed that out.
I just see that it's like all over YouTube, and it's what people are doing right now.
Right. Trust your own ability to observe your experience and deduct the patterns for yourselves. It's no one else is going to tell you the truth. It has to be seen.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, they can tell you the truth, but it doesn't mean comprehension of the truth will be, achieved.
The most I use AI for is my business. I do not use it for nothing personal. Nothing personal.
People are having friendships and relationships, and
Yes,
like
they are. Yeah, yeah.
solid on, and like people are even being told to unalive themselves, kind of thing.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You're right. Very terrible.
But people have a hard time even just being with themselves, let alone, but they're with these computers. But we can't be with ourselves or in nature or with each other much too well.
Pickens, you were going to say something when I mentioned the targeted ads from your thoughts. What were you going to say?
I was actually gonna say that it actually responds to how your eye moves when you see a post, but whether it's gonna show you that post again or not. So
Oh, have you seen the video where it talks about it reads your veins? It reads your blood veins.
oh, I guess someone took it a step further. Okay. Well,
Yes,
all right.
yes. Yeah, they said it does this so that it can be able to tell a difference from identical twins, is what they say.
Why does it need to do that?
I don't know, but that's what it says.
I think it's a quantum entanglement joke, but it's not a quantum entanglement joke.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's only for our own benefit,
Oh, definitely for it. Like I sit and I reflect, and sometimes I have a hard time here because I'm like, why do we need all of this technology and stuff? Like, why do we need to work? Why do we need to just basically be in this system of how everything is constantly movement, no quietness, and it's just trauma. Not to mention like the trauma of everything here. I took my daughter to the doctor back in December, and they had the audacity because they already try to make them take some mandatory jibbity jabs. But then they had the audacity to try to get me to take her like 3 other ones that she don't even need. I was like, no, she's not. And it was just appalling to me because that would mean she would have been taking like a total of 5 or 6 of those. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's in them. I was like, no way. Like,
Good
so,
on you for saying no.
yeah, and that's what I mean by like we don't come here for a purpose or nothing, but while we're here, at least while we're here, we could speak up for, the ones that don't have a voice, whoever that is, whoever that don't have a voice that needs somebody to speak up for them. That's what I do with my time, because what else is it to fucking do? It's boring. It's boring.
Yeah. Boring is a high point.
Yeah, exactly.
Can be a lot worse than boring.
Boring is good out here.
Yeah,
Maybe.
like, sure, I do have a great time when I'm sitting with my singing bowls and stuff, because that gives me what as close to an authentic sound as possible. Living in the city, like I live in the city. I live outside of like the fast city, but I still live in the city of Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm playing a singing bowls, that the frequency that they emit is just much more natural. So it does help me be able to, I would say, like, be able to see the bull crap here, like, because some people can't even see it. So I do think that helps open my frequency up to be able to be like, yeah, this is the truth, and okay. Okay, yeah, that's all I can do with it. Like, this the truth. Okay.
Yeah, I think in a way it does drown out other signal.
Yes, yeah. I would like to like open more people up to like, even want to take their power back, whatever that looks like for them and stuff. But it's a struggle because so many people are programmed to the cloudiness and the noise.
I mean, clarity is not necessarily comfort here.
No, that could be scary for some, that clarity, boy. I take it. What's that saying? You take it with a grain of salt or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so why don't a bunch of us get together and get some land and grow some food and, find a location, a couple of resourceful people.
You know what would be even funner? And I know you don't like this one. Let's just all go and buy a bunch of seeds. And when spring come around, let's just go around planting these seeds in random places so free food can grow for people that have it. And what they gonna do?
Huh.
They
It's
gonna
like
stop
illegal
us?
some places it's illegal. You can get a ticket. Like,
I heard, yeah. They have tomatoes growing outside the courthouse here, downtown
And
disobey.
GMO everywhere, right? You know,
But I mean, we can
to
give
us.
it a try. We can give it a try that way, because sometimes it's really hard to get everybody in one place with one land to grow things.
Okay,
But
but if a bunch of people got to survive and they got kids and it's a bunch of good people
yeah,
and we're out here having to give to the system that's enslaving us and taking from our children, taking from our future, taking from our past, every kind of taking, and we just are giving to them everything. And our kids get much of nothing. And even if you do inherit something, you got to like pay it all in taxes and the things that go on. But why not invest into each other? And it's going to take a lot of organization and some real true souls. And
yeah. A lot of people, it's kind of hard to get them to go to agree with that because of the fear of, like, you really don't know what's going to happen. Some people might fear that somebody gonna want to be in control, because that was one issue I had when I considered it. I definitely had thought about this and was actually in another group where we was considering this, but what happened was that one person started feeling like they was a leader. And so I
every time.
backed out. I was like, yeah, I'm good on this. You know what I'm saying? Because uh it just
Like what?
wasn't for me, you know. Once somebody started making themselves the leader of everything, you know, it's like whatever, you
Well,
know.
what that Dave guy was saying, he was doing electrician work, and there's this amazing place. They got their own animals and food, and it's beautiful. And then if you really want to live there, though, you gotta give all your finances over, and you can see where the evil creeps in, even though it's like a beautiful thing what they're doing, healing things, and
Mhm.
you throw these parties.
Yeah, see that, and that's the thing though. Like that can be disguised as a healing good thing, and then it can easily turn into a one-sided cult. So that's why I said instead of trying to get people to become group and a hive mind like that, the best way to break the system is being in the system and destroying it the way that they try to have it set up. They try to have it set up where we can't plant the seeds and things like that, but they can't do nothing about my neighbors and I
If we all
decide
do
we
it.
want to have a small garden in our yard. They can't do nothing to us.
Hmm.
I had a garden last year. My mom had a garden, you know, so it's
Things like
uh
not voting. Everybody
oh
don't
yeah,
vote.
I'll do
Then
that.
what?
Yeah. Right, yeah, I agree.
What are they
Like, yeah,
gonna
don't
do?
do
No,
that.
we just didn't vote.
Right, yeah, don't do that.
We're just done with these
I have I have
puppeteering
another
movies.
suggestion. I'm sorry, Olena, go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it. I'm
Oh,
listening.
okay. So I have another suggestion too. Like, so how about everybody just stop buying beauty stuff. Like don't buy beauty care stuff. Don't buy nails, don't buy makeup, don't buy extensions. Like
Hmm.
don't buy deodorant. It's not good for us anyway.
Hmm.
You know, like just all of these little things, like, and if you do buy those things, go to a small business owner that makes them themselves holistically. That's another way to kind of like break out of this system. And I know it sounds like you're going into another system, the system of existing within the matrix. That's kind of what that is. But at least we are connecting with this with the other souls, the authentic individuals like us who uh just recognize that while they're here, they want to help other individuals because
This has
it's
been so
horrible
fun.
here. Yeah, it's horrible here. Like so, but I don't think me in the past I had thought like me leaving would be the best thing ever. And like what justice would that do for all the individuals who I am uh giving information to that they never had some information of. Like a lot of individuals don't know nothing about the matrix or anything like that. So if I was to opt out, they wouldn't be getting this information, possibly.
Hmm.
Yeah. So like free energy, that's where we need to go for real. Like, oh, let me not get the last flag talking about free energy.
The
You
Jay was
know.
saying Tesla didn't happen. He wasn't real.
I think that guy's AI.
Jay.
No, I don't know, but you know, I mean, I definitely could take some free energy, whatever that is.
I mean, Tesla claimed that he was a receiver,
Mm. Okay.
which is how, I don't know if you heard the show a few months back when I had the guy whose family farm was where the radio was invented, but that's kind of how he described it too. It's like
Okay.
the dude that came there and invented it was like his either friend of his dad or uncle, something like that. And the guy just like had been working on it for years, and finally when he went to this one spot, he just received the information on how to make it.
Okay. So that's how I see some of the people. Like, I don't know, have you seen like these guys on here who's making like these tenzin rods and rings and all of these? I saw one guy, he was making free energy out of like copper rods and some magnets and some type of I forgot what he called this. Don't laugh, y'all. This black box he put on there. But he had like, you know, he was a ground, some type of like grounds and tenzin rod or something. And you can find these outside. Like if you live around power wires, like somewhere where they got wires, those in the brown poles, they have these gray boxes on there that vibrate like it, like they go like, this is that tenzin box. And this guy, he knows how to make this, and that's how he gets his free energy.
Have y'all been by a building where it makes that crazy buzzing sound that's so harsh to the ear, like around some storage units in bad neighborhoods,
Yes,
and to
yes.
keep people away and like, yeah, every place you go got that horrible lighting to like kick you out early, and it's like super cold and can't sit or stand nowhere.
Mm. Yeah, they do
Pretty
have
nice.
some terrible noises here. The
Disobey.
frequencies.
I was
Sorry.
enjoying some of your stories on YouTube, on some of your playlists of like strange stories and old weird stories. That's been so fun to listen to. Mhm.
Like the stuff I share
Mhm.
on YouTube.
Yeah, back when you were a kid and at the mall and just all kinds of stuff. It's just been great to listen to that.
Oh, okay, like my
Camaraderie.
stories, not the
Your
not the
stories too. All of it. I listened to all of it. I'm so glad you're doing this.
Yeah, I've been thinking I need to do like a full expose on everything I've experienced. That was real weird, but
Mhm. When you're ready, man, we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Those of us who should be. Okay, let's go. Are you sure you don't really want people? You were like, I don't need people. How am I gonna get myself some less listeners? I'm like, really? You mean that for real? But like, I mean, we just want more real ones, right?
exactly. I
Yeah,
don't. Yeah,
Okay.
quality over quantity.
yeah.
Okay. Say what you mean.
I would agree with that. I was just gonna make a video too, asking my friends like, hey, why don't my friends engage? Like, why are we friends? Are we just friends to swipe past each other? What's going on? Like, I posted a video. I don't know if
What
you
they say.
saw. I had posted a video and it had ended up getting like 65 point K something views and like 3 or 4 thousand something likes. And this video is not my video. I'm not taking credit for nobody else's work. I do edit this person's video last year, and because it was on this day, I was not able to tag the original poster account, and so I just reshared it. And it got all those views and stuff on there, but it was like the information was like talking about going to the star portal or you are the star or something like that. And I got a lot of followers from that video, but a lot of them are not active.
To the stars and back. I've been there.
What do you mean they're not
They're
active?
not active. Like, I guess some of them probably pop in, like, but like right here, right now, the friends that's in here right now are normally my friends that I engage with on a daily basis when I'm on TikTok. If they live or I'm live, like Pickens, I go on Pickens live. Pickens comes in my live. Eternity comes in my live. But like all of those new people that followed my account, why are they not in here? Where are they?
Do you think some of them might be just bots?
Yes, I do think that.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
know, YouTube control my algorithm when I'm trying to watch disobey videos. They keep showing me only like 2 or 3 over and over and over and over
Yeah.
suggested for you, for you. I'm like, maybe I'm trying to hear some other ones then if y'all want me to listen to it so bad. AI.
Yeah.
That's weird. They want you to listen to my video. That doesn't make
Like
sense.
one over and over. Some of them I can't play. I mean, it's doing all the silly stuff now.
Wow.
Too. Really strong lately.
Yeah.
Some of them you can't play.
Yep.
They restrict you.
Then finally I could. I found a way
Oh,
through
okay.
some other way. Yeah, I just found a
Yeah.
way. I'll do the work for what's good. It's an important conversation to have that I don't get to have much, and it's changing the way I see the world a lot, and it's gonna be changing how I live. I mean, it's begun. I see it different now than how I saw it, but at the same time, it just the puzzle's coming together. It's so clear what's going on.
Yes.
It always felt wrong.
Yeah, I try not to start my own live if disobey live. I just come in here because we got a lot of the same mutual friends. It's kind of like it don't make sense for me to do that, so I just
It's
come in here.
beautiful to see y'all's community because I didn't have that before, and I can tell y'all know each other. You
Yeah.
talk privately, you talk in these calls, and you got mad respect for each other, and I just love it. How y'all take care of each other and just are just like loving to each other and just cool and clear, and you let
Hmm.
others talk, and you know,
Yeah. Because
sometimes.
it's already enough of the outcast, silencing, the isolating, and bullying, and all of these things going on everywhere else. So I definitely now I'll be honest, like I'm gonna be honest with individuals, but I also have like try to keep a safe space. Like now, if you think you're gonna be living in an illusion around me, that's where the space might not be safe for you.
Mhm.
But you know. Yeah, you know, but other than that, I try to keep it
Mhm.
cool. I like seeing both sides. I like when someone like what they call playing devil advocate and things like that. I like that pushback, all that stuff because it does help you be able to look at things like especially say for instance like how we go live and we are like trying to present a certain perspective or information and you need the pushback and stuff to make sure that you dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. You know what I'm saying? Because without that pushback, then you might overlook something. You might miss something. Like we witnessed in the past, a person missed something about not allowing others to share their perspective as well.
It's real good, like the prompts you write, disobey, and like that stuff you write in the comments,
Mhm.
that in the beginning. I've like looked at it often and read it, and it's really good, centering like what this is all about. Kind of go to back to the basic definitions over and over. I guess we keep needing it. We all do.
Well, yeah, I mean, this place is constantly like rewriting over what we know. So it is good to have like sort of that pushback that Dee was talking about because it really helps to cement like your knowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, because I witnessed it, right? Basically, we did 8 months of not allowing pushback. And sure enough, all of that turned out to be basically completely wrong if you look at it for real. And now that me like just going from there and just I even go I was in a Christian poem lab one day. A
How'd that
Christian,
go?
yeah. You know, but I was in there and I was just in there connected with the people and stuff, and I also learned a lot too. I learned a lot on why individuals kind of get stuck there, right? And so it just it was just like an experience for me though because I normally would shun them like you know I'm not hanging out with them, they're Christian, da 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 da, you know, just being closed minded. But I was like I'm no different than individuals that do that. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna sit in here and you know, everybody they had some really good perspectives about things. I wanted to really break it to them, like, yo, y'all know we in the Matrix though. But I was like, I ain't gonna ruin their vibe.
I just got advice to go to a big old church. Oh, Lena, you're a single mama and you're the only one in the family here that, is all alone and all the way out there by the mountains. You just got to go to a big church. That'll fix your life and like go to a big church, biggest church you can find. And I'm just thinking, I can't go back to that, but I can't tell them that either to
Right.
this family, but they just kept telling me that like it's gonna fix my life. I'm like, really, me again? Are you sure? I don't think so. And then I thought about it. Maybe I'm being cold or hard, but I just can't do this. It's not where life is
Yeah, I
here.
would. I won't lie. I'm not gonna go to church, but I have found ways to meet people kind of like in the middle. You know what I'm saying? I have like this year I did go to a couple relatives' houses and stuff like that for the holidays. Like, but I didn't like you know I didn't decorate my home and things like that. But I knew that these individuals wanted to be around me during this time. So I just went around them during that time. But I also do got to set boundaries. Like, I'm not going to go to the church and stuff like that. So I understand that. Like, you could just show other ways that you care about them and stuff. And then you can let them know that, like, maybe you on another path for guidance. so that they will at least stop trying to bring that to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if that's not what you into, let them know. Like, look, I'm on another path though. But you know, we can still hang out. We can still do this. We can do that. I just don't want to do that one thing. Cause I think,
tell them your relationship is personal.
yeah, that part. Like, I think I
It's like a
do.
cheat code. It's
Yeah,
like a
you
cheat
know.
code.
Yeah, that's
Let
good.
them know. Like,
It's
I
just
just tell
me
people,
and
I tell
Jesus. Me
just
and
so bad.
Jesus, the anointed one.
Do you tell people you got?
Special relationship.
I mean,
Do you tell them
I
that?
just tell them, I don't tell them nothing really. I'm
Okay,
like,
cause I
I'm just saying
swear,
for you, if you're in
if
if you're
you
in a touchy situation,
yeah, cause look, if you tell them that, they automatically think you kind of evil or something. So now I just tell them, like you said, I just be like, I'm on my own journey. Like I just tell the person, like I'm on my own journey. You know what I'm saying?
Well, good
Like,
luck then.
yeah, like,
My daddy told me before he died, he said, "You're gonna die out there alone. Nobody gonna help you. Not me,
oh
not you."
man, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I
Mm-hmm.
have, I
If
have
that's what
had
you're gonna do. Mm-hmm.
I had those relatives too, the hardcore religious relatives, but they backed off after I told them, like, because I was going through something and I was like, well, where was God when this happened? And they was like, oh, we gotta leave her alone. Like, I mean, but at least the forcing stopped, right? And now they just see me for whatever they see me as, but trying to force me to participate in what they want to do, stop.
You got to forgive. You're stuck in the past, woman. You got to manifest. You got to dream a dream, they say. And it's just because I'm stuck in the past, they tell me. And go to that big church.
You understand? Well, the bigger the church, the scarier it is to me. But I went to a small church in the past, y'all. Like I guess it been about 10 years ago or something. Yeah, would have been about 12. And we went in this little church, and I promised it definitely gave me like the culty vibes. I was like, yo, I don't think we're gonna go. We can come back in here. Like, why does church feel like back in like 1920?
I was going to the fastest growing church in America, Mars Hill Church in Seattle. And
Wow.
then it just really went down. And but at the time I was like a big part of it, the social community, not like officially over there on their rosters, but I'd have everyone come over to my mom's house back when I was younger,
Okay.
And it was the fastest growing, and for a while, and it was all about talking to the men and telling them who they really are in Christ, which is this wild man, pretty chauvinistic man too, and like and then turns out he like bought a bunch of his own books for millions of dollars to get on some bestseller lists or something.
Mm.
And and I used to memorize this man's sermons. It's just embarrassing. Like I used to just listen to this. I got baptized over there. And I've been to a few crumbling churches and also just some sweet little ones and all kinds. But I can't go back there right now because it's just, what am I going to be listening to over there? And like with my kids,
Yeah.
outsource all your power, like don't trust yourself. Like I'm still trying to learn how to trust myself after all this. Like what, that I have a good heart and that I'm a good soul rather than like the very essence of me is this worm that needs this sacrifice. I mean, it just gets creepy.
I agree.
And it's funny because like my brother, he's like he's like in the Christianity. His wife's real deep into all the prophets and all this kind of thing. Troy Black on YouTube is like someone they really listen to, but he was saying I'm being fascinated about cults on this family trip. He was telling me when it was just me and him. I'm like, well, what's fascinating to you about cults, brother? And he's like, it's just, they're mostly all 90% from Christianity originally. And he's like, I'm like, so what's interesting to you about it? And he's kind of saying about kind of like not knowing you're in one until you're way out of it and realize you were completely mind controlled and didn't know yourself, and just pondering that. And I'm like, yeah, I ponder that with you, brother. I'm concerned too about what that is. And my family background literally from Christian cult. my family, my parents. They were my mom was the granddaughter of the starters of a cult, which was an excommunicated Russian Orthodox priest from Russia that was in Estonia at the university where my great grandparents were studying, and they became their own little cult because he got excommunicated, but then they got to tell you like if you're saved or not, who you got to marry.
Oh wow, yeah.
You got to like confess your sins to them. My dad was like kind of the prophet's pet of one of the prophetess, and he would be writing down everyone's sins, knowing them as like, and he's Ukrainian and my mom's Estonian, two very different cultures, and then they left the cult together, and I was supposed to be this child born retarded because I was cursed because I left them like that, and my dad says they were trying to kill him and stuff, but I don't know, man. I don't know if but it's like,
That's
okay,
a
this
deep
is in our
question.
blood.
That's deep.
Yeah, so I realized this is in my blood, these strains that run through me, and I just how to live out
For
here.
sure. No doubt. My ancestry comes from my great grandpa was a Baptist minister,
Oh, Baptist.
and when I broke the religious programming, it was almost like it had a mind of its own.
Wow, yeah.
Came to life all the time as I was breaking it. I experienced what it was like to be Jesus getting walked up to the cross. Man, it was surreal. And I know a lot of people have had that experience too, actually, like, because I researched it for a while when I was having it, and I found out it was actually a pretty common experience. But obviously most people don't want to talk about that kind of stuff.
Remember being kids
Yeah, I didn't know.
and they're
I
just
didn't.
like, be
Sorry, I
like
didn't.
Jesus. Sorry.
No, I was just trying to say I didn't experience like growing up in the church like that. But I did. Because of my family. My grandmother she was part of like the Black Panther Party, and then my on my mother's side, then my father's side, they history they was more into the church a little bit, but not as much because they was more in the streets than anything. So yeah, that was my growing up. So it's a wild childhood for me. But I will say that when I got baptized, that's when I realized that I didn't even need the church. That was a crazy experience. Like, yeah.
Streets is its own kind of church.
Yeah, right. That's why I said they was in the streets. So but you know how it is when you're in the streets, right? You want to go and repent because you know you've been sinning. So that's how they end up in church. They're trying to make up for the stuff they've been doing. So
It's like good cop, bad cop.
exactly.
Like the longer you were on drugs or in jail or did awful things, the better of a testimony you got, and we want them to come to our church and talk to us.
That's right. Oh goodness,
And
yes, you got
and then
it.
when you're a child and you're told things like, you want Jesus inside you, and he's in your heart, and he's in your life, and he's giving you your will, and you want only what he wants, and then you want to be just like him, everybody just like him. And I was thinking as a child, everybody just like Jesus, like this is a little creepy. And then you grow up more, and they're like, and you want to like, it's like Christ and his bride, and we are his bride, and we are his church, and we are his bride, and it's like, so I'm marrying him, he's in my heart, he's inside me, I'm worshiping and calling out all the time, asking forgiveness for my sins, thinking about his blood being shed. I mean, it's just the whole thing, like, what is this? Like, do I want this? It's just something is wrong here.
Sounds totally normal to me.
Pickens just said something interesting in the comments. Said, but I think that is more of a frequency thing as far as perspective is concerned. Sinners talking about all powerful beings send a chill down your spine. The frequency differential that really affects the body. Yeah. I don't know though. It was really weird. I never forgot. I went to church for about 6 months. Like every Sunday and stuff. I went to church for like 6 months. I got baptized. And after the baptism, I remember getting on Facebook and they was like, yeah, so, Christianity is a copy of this, right? It's like, what? Let me
And
see
it's
this.
intoxicating too. It can
And
feel amazing.
yeah, it was I was learning about sun worship, ancient Kemet, and they was talking about how the similarities of Horus and Jesus, and I was like, wow, okay. So that was the eye opener for me right there, the connection of the two. And then of course later on I learned that what is it, Buddha? Buddha is also Christ, like Jesus is a Christ. And so then that's when I started recognizing that it's all the same like entity in a sense, just based off a different religion. Now I used to think that for a little while they was aliens until I learned about aliens ain't really real, like how people think and stuff like that. So then I came into like, we'll say like archons or some say spirits, things like that. But either way, whatever, it's the same frequency, entity, being, whatever you want to call it. I just recognized it was all the same. So that's why I started detaching completely from it. However, what I find is so funny though when I talk to people, like my relatives and stuff like that. Sometimes I hear myself end up preaching to them like I'd have been in church Sunday, and I ain't been in church in years, like at least yeah, I know at least 12 years, guarantee. I ain't been in church. Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know what, but that might be the I don't know what it is. It might just be a lot of time I spend like by myself. So when I talk to people, I probably be just saying stuff that I've been wanting to tell to somebody. So it come off a little preachy a little bit sometimes.
They want you in the church?
They might do, I ain't going for that. I thought about starting a church up, free thinking of doing whatever the hell you want, but they probably wouldn't like that.
Probably do it then.
That'd be the title. Church of free thinking and doing whatever the hell you want. They'd be like, shut it down. We already know what they doing. Whatever the hell they want.
It's not good for profits.
Oh goodness. I don't want to be a prophet. You know what they say about prophets? They looking for a prophet.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, see, I kind of picked that up. That's why I was like, no, I'm good on that.
You know that decoder Jason Logan did a decode on the Bible, and it
Ooh.
all like adds up to, with all the numbers and all this sacred words and stuff. It adds up to the Bible equals like holy shit, pretty much. Like
What?
literally, it's just
That's
like
funny.
literally, yeah.
Oh my good. Yeah, I be watching some videos where they be like decoding different stuff. And the most recent one I watched was they was doing friends, and I thought that was really funny because they was like, I was showing the women. He was like, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna just let the necks talk for me. And then he started showing all their necks, and I was like, oh, those are not she's.
Yeah, it's very satanic, very.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
These messages. And then in speaking of the Bible too, it even go back to that having like messages about that little stuff in there too. And I guess it's because they want to worship that Baphomet. And I should have known something was up when someone kept saying that we was basically representation of that Baphomet sign at some point in time. Because the Baphomet is a hermaphrodite. Oh, god damn, I hate when I be missing little stuff like that. That's the good stuff you want to catch right away.
With two child slaves right there, right, chained up to him.
Yep, yeah. That's the image they always portray. That's right.
Bill Clinton made a statue, was in Arkansas, some kind of official building. It was a big deal of the Baphomet and like big size. I don't know if they had the kids there. That's just like how.
Oh, right. Ooh, Pickens Pops brought up Yahweh. Yo, that look. The Yahweh Yahshua. What's the other one? Yahweh Yahshua. Uh, uh, Do I got it right? I feel like it's another one too that sound like a planet or some name that they be saying.
Yahoshua.
Yeah, all of that stuff, and you find out that that's really another translation or interpretation of a Greek god or something like that. Copy and paste. They all the same energy.
There's a god of war.
And these people just be like, oh, he's so awesome and so good, and he's, suppose they also say it's Jesus too, don't they? They say, oh, that's his real name. So yeah, Marduk, that's another name, man. All of these entities are the same one entity, and it wants control of all things here.
Only because it loves you.
I know it does. It loves me so much. It won't even put $1 million in my bank account because it knows how much I need that.
It just figures you'd learn more from suffering.
If I had that,
If you had it, you wouldn't be allowed to use it for good. That's for
That's
sure.
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I had it, we know I wouldn't even be able to be me anymore. That's why I just did the sign. You see, it was really, it's a struggle. That's probably why I don't really operate on it either.
That's why you won't get it, because you wouldn't
use it for
do what it wants you to do with it.
Yep, that's right. They'd be like, who told this individual that they can break the system? Well, too late, it's broken. I know they was talking about how like individuals can create gold with inside of them. It'd be pretty messed up if that's one reason why they are collecting individuals. And I think during that process, that cycle, that would definitely be a reason why someone would be stuck. Because I think earlier we was talking about like the hella weird celebrities being able to kind of like be looking young for as long as they working, and then they start to like kind of look old or whatever. But in some cases, like, are they just like recycling energy and then doing like body jumping?
Yeah, checks out. I'd say the real gold would be your energy, right? I think that's the real gold.
Ooh, I watched a movie. I can't think of what it was called, but this movie, I wrote it down though. I wrote it down. But this movie was real dark to me because these individuals got like this box that allowed them to be able to how did you say, intersect their consciousness into that avatar. So they will basically man hijack, but also body steal this person.
You talking about a movie?
Yeah, in this movie. And this
Is it Invasion of Body Snatchers?
it wasn't called Body Snatchers, but maybe it was inspired by Body Snatchers. Shoot, when I find the name of it, I'll send it to you. I wrote it down in the living room. I think I did. Yeah, I think I did. But this movie, it was crazy because these college students found the box, and they don't know who gave them the box, but they was using the box and they was going inside people's bodies, and they was able to control them, do everything like, that you would do in your avatar or whatever. And so what they didn't know though was that, well, what we didn't know, the viewers, was that even they were being controlled. I was like, yo, that's crazy. So it made me think, it made me think, like, you don't really know who is really in the avatar sometimes, even when, like, sometimes, people be like, oh, my own mama did this to me. It probably wasn't even their mama in there.
That's facts.
Yeah, they got swiped out. What you doing, Heather? I see you coming in and out. What you doing? I told her I was gonna call her. I'm still on here. I get lost on TikTok with the right people, boy.
What's Heather up to? She want to come up?
You want to come up, Heather? Let me see where she got. Let's see. I sent her an invite.
Oh,
Hi.
hi.
What you
Girl, I
doing?
keep trying to answer my messages and like my son be like, "Are you done yet? Can you go back to that?" Like I was listening to that. I'm like,
He was listening to this.
yes, he was
I
just
love
so
it.
intrigued by this whole conversation going on.
That means he has a very open mind. That's how Mila be listening.
Yes, he's just
Yeah.
over here just too nosy. I'm like, can you just like leave me alone in my phone real quick?
It's like they talking about Star Wars and stuff, but they ain't saying Star Wars and stuff.
Like I'm just sitting here in bed underneath the covers, literally like head and all underneath the covers because I'm just cold.
Yep, it's
It's so
freezing.
cold.
It's freezing out there. Yeah,
Man, I need to go
Mila
get
used
me
to
a
be
space heater
listening.
for sure.
Home Depot good. Oh, I ain't supposed to say no brand names. My bad. No, we not marketing. We not marketing. Although we love the
This is
TikTok shop, this is not a marketing live.
Oh dang. You gotta say all that.
Yes, look, it's crazy though, because we just said everything else. We ain't do no disclaimers, but I'm saying the disclaimer on that little part. Cause they pay for you to get flagged for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they're wild. So I don't be wanting
really?
to, yeah, I don't want to trigger the brands, yeah, the names, brands and stuff. That's why I try not to say too many celebrity names, cause theirs copywritten too. And you say certain names, they start that's what's flagged the algorithm.
But don't I got to be
Mm-mm.
making money for that to matter? I don't make any money on this app.
No, you might be right, cause I ain't saying like I ain't heard nobody get flagged or nothing. But as soon as I do something on my business app, I mean my business account, they flag me.
Yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
I definitely make $0 off of TikTok. I ain't even trying to make money on here.
Don't make no money out here. Once you make money out here, you ain't the same no more. You are now
Dang.
commercial. I got that's why look, I gotta be flexible. I got a commercial side, a conspiracy side, a parenting side, a matrix side, a give up side, a keep going side. It's just I'm just all over the place. You hear me? Like I just be
All the
everywhere.
above.
Yeah, they be like, how are you doing here? Check the box that they give you all the options, and then they be like, check the one that say all
Munching on.
above. That's the one I check, all above. Whew.
Mm. The IRS got me hot today.
That's a part of the system too. You gotta get out of there.
I already know it is. And they step. They dirty.
We ain't gonna talk about our personal business on the live, ma'am. You
Oh
don't know
no, of
who
course
listening.
not.
You
Let's
don't
talk
know who
about
listening.
conspiracy. That's what I feel like.
Oh, dang, that's what made you
First trying
bring
to
it
come in there.
up. She said it's
Like,
a
no,
conspiracy.
let me
So
stop playing.
I've been
Oh, it
targeted.
for sure is.
No, they do target us based off of those social security numbers. If you don't know, they know they know the skin tone based off of the digits, the middle digits of the social security number. That's how they know who is what race or box that you checked based off of that.
For what?
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. This how they wanna. They just not. It's this. It's just.
Control.
Yeah. It's to just calculate everything, right? They just want to calculate everything.
And they want us to categorize ourselves as soon as we write in that box, I am, Caucasian or whatever it is.
Yes.
I categorize myself. I see myself as that. That is all I am. I am this avatar.
Mm-hmm.
I submit this application. I submit my will to God and to you guys.
Right.
My
Yes.
livelihood and take
Mm-hmm.
taxes on top of it.
Boy, them taxes crazy. I need to look into that word tax. Right. I've never done the etymology on it or the gematria on it. I mean, gematria should be more fun, right? But I'm just curious now. I've never even looked into the word tax at all, but they are always constantly trying to tax us.
But isn't the dead animals like taxonomy or something? Where they stuff them?
Wow.
Taxidermy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they had that on the commercial. Interesting. It's
Not
all.
named stuff. Yeah.
Is that bad? Sound like a shortage happening, but it's the opposite. Like instead of the sound going out, it's like a sound being fed in, like a feed coming through out of nowhere. Like I don't know. Is that not what it sounded like for everybody else? Like it was just a random feed of a sound coming through.
Sound like a bag of chips.
My
Like
bad.
a
I'm
bag
over
of
here eating
chips.
these
Oh
cinnamon
dear.
sugar pretzels.
But I did hear a super high pitched frequency before that for a
That's
while.
why I said I heard something. I definitely was hearing something with that bag. Like it was like bing. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah.
I guess I wasn't catching that.
You talked to Dice lately, D?
I have not. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna share the live to my WhatsApp and see.
I need to learn how to work that. I don't even understand WhatsApp. I honestly don't.
I have it, but I don't even use it.
I'm back. Yeah.
Like
I
I
have
have
it.
the app, I just don't know what to do with it. Like I honestly don't.
I have it. I have a group, but the group is just like I had made a group basically like for mental. Well, it started out to take down a certain other group, but that stopped. So I didn't know what else to do with the group after that. So now we just talk about random everyday stuff.
No, but like, do WhatsApp have its own phone number?
No.
Or do you use your phone
You have
number?
to pay. I think you got to pay for your own number or something, unless anybody else knows something different.
Somehow I got it for free, but everybody else says they got to pay for it.
That's what I thought. See, Disobey, you so special.
I didn't pay for the app per se. Like I don't even know.
Nah, they say if you want them basically to cover up your number, then that's basically like you need to pay for a subscription.
Oh no, I must just use my number then.
Right, yeah, I use my number too. Yeah, I just use my number too.
So if I was to give somebody my number, they can just tag it in WhatsApp and be able to text me on WhatsApp though, versus my actual number.
Yep.
Crazy how that works.
And I do have mine encrypted where it's locked with my face because of some of the stuff that we do talk about in there. It is not locked because I don't want like my partner and stuff to see the stuff. But I got it locked because a lot of it be what they call conspiracy stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Some stuff is frowned upon, certain information.
So they flag it on WhatsApp too?
Nope. That's why I like sharing stuff over there. Yeah, that's why I share stuff over there. Cause I think we sure they let you share links and videos. I don't know the longest video you could share, but they share a pretty long video. Let you share pretty long videos, longer than Discord. Discord trainers. Yeah.
Today's technology. Yeah, I was hearing you guys talking about AI and the crazy shit that they create.
Yeah, AI. Listen, you'll be surprised when you realize what all is a part of AI. Like the stuff that is a part of AI.
A lot of it.
Yes, like even almost to the point where artificial insemination is a part of AI. Like that was the first term for AI was artificial insemination. And then became artificial intelligence.
You know what? Is that why they made that one movie with Will Smith in it? What was it? I, Robot or Robot or
And then who was talking about the archonic Arcanic intelligent. That was a slick one too. I liked it, that one too. That was different.
Arcanic?
Yeah, arcanic intelligent, basically like the dark energy, ancient intelligence. Cause I don't feel like AI is new. AI is old. AI has been here for a very long time. Like disguising itself as many things. Yeah, the archons is what you call like your gods. The archons will be considered to me like the gods, those that people worship. That's who the archons really is.
Right. Who needs worship though?
Yeah.
I don't need anybody to worship me for my existence.
Look at the word worship, right? Worship, right? Let's look at the word worship.
Sounds like a worship.
You know, so that's why I like to play on words, because when you understand the words, you will see how they getting us, like where they really grabbing us at, how they get us stuck here. That's why I was like, I tell people like the very first time we probably came in here, like because we was able to go up out of here, so I can see why we would want to come here and stuff. But once the memory wiping and the stuckness came into play, is like really what is the purpose of having to keep recycling here? Like some people say, you come back here to learn the lessons. That I do find hard to believe. I'm gonna use the word believe that I claim here to learn lessons repeatedly, like, cause this shit that I had to learn at 11 and 12 to me don't make sense. What the fuck did I do that I had to learn that lesson at 11 and 12 all the way up to like 21? So that's why I don't feed into that learning lessons. And then if you look at the wordplay on the word lessons, right? Lesson, so it's gonna lessen you. So are you really learning a lesson, or are you being lessened?
There you go.
Lesson
Yep.
son.
Yeah. Like, and then you got to look at the word learn, right? Learn. If you look at the word learn, it has earn in there. What is an earn? People put ashes in an urn.
Mm.
So are you really
Bringing the heat.
learning, or are you earning? So that's why
Yeah, the
I don't
word
want to.
earn.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to learn lessons. That's why I always say like, nah, I'm just growing. Cause I mean that's really the truth. With when every time I'm collecting some information, I'm growing. You know, but that's all I can really say I'm doing. I'm not learning, cause tomorrow, half of the stuff that you would consider that I learned today, guess what I'm gonna do? Forget it tomorrow.
It's also leering if you scramble it, right? Learning or leering. Leer.
Okay, leering. Yeah, cause you can. Yeah, I also do with
Learning and leering.
moving the words around. They hackable. Can you tell them stop fucking with my dreams then? Can I tell them that? Like I would like to like not even really have dreams. Like sometimes I don't have dreams, and then when I do, they're always hilarious. Like the one I had recently, like I'm like, why would I have a dream about that? But I understood why. I had just recently had a conversation with my dad about this person. I haven't talked to him in a long time. And I was making the jokes about him. Talking about I was going to say this, then the third to him. So it made sense why they was in my dream. Like, so this is how the system works. You talk about something, you either going to dream about it or you going to see it, because they always say the dreams is to play out your desires.
Oof. I don't know about that.
Well, it's just,
Barely.
it's, it's like, what I'm trying to say.
Disturbing.
Like, because I talked about, right? Because I talked about her, then I had a dream about her. So you see what I'm saying? It's only because I talked
Yeah.
about her in waking life, right? Is the only reason why I had this dream about her. So I had a desire that I wanted to tell her these things. So that's the only reason why I had a dream about her.
Isn't it kind of like a silly argument though? Like imagine that whatever made this, right? Like just it can't figure out that you just because you talk about something doesn't mean it's what you want to experience. Like You know what I mean? Like,
No, I had voiced it. That's what I wanted to experience, is what I'm saying. Like, I was like, oh, I can't wait to see her. I want to see her. I'm gonna tell her this, that, and the third. So in the dream, it played out basically me telling her. Like, that's how the
but
dream played out. Yeah.
do most of your dreams play out like that?
Sometimes I don't dream at all. That's what I was saying. Like, but when I do, when I had these dreams, it's relatable to something that happened. That happened in the waking life. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said it is like a script. You know what I'm saying? Because why is it happening now? Some dreams I feel like are different timelines. Now that is something totally different. Because like, if you remember, we used to talk about these different levels. And with these different levels is different versions of us. What would be animating the different versions of us on these different levels? And the only thing that I can wrap my mind around is that when we go dreaming, we would go experience these different levels. That's the only way I can wrap my mind around that. And explain that possibility of different levels, because what would be animating the other versions of me on these different levels if it's not me when I'm going to sleep dreaming? And you know what I'm saying? You never, well, sometimes you can go into the same dream. I have experienced going into the same dream before. Like, what the fuck is that? And then
Well, I mean,
I
it could be
have
like
dreams.
a
Oh, I
loading.
got you. I'm gonna land my plane right here for you. Then you can respond. Sorry. And then I've also had dreams where they're always kind of like different. So that's why I came to that conclusion. But the person that came up with the information about the different versions of us, they don't say that that's what happens. That's only just my thoughts on it.
What about the deja vu type of dreams?
Disobey about to tell us.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, what if it's like a loading screen type thing where there's not anybody actually playing it? It's just playing out that script, and
Yeah.
then you dropping in is like hitting the start button. Now there's a player / observer, whereas it was just running as a code in the background.
Yeah.
Before that,
Go ahead.
that's it.
Oh, okay. Look, because I was about to say, so you kind of like explaining it in a more coded way.
Well, I mean, it's just something that's playing out. Like, there's a lot of times I'll have a dream and I drop into like the middle of the dream, and say like I start to wake up out of the dream, but then I go back and it's right on track. Like it's picked up where I would have been if I would have stayed in the dream the whole time.
Now that I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know. Like, I just can give you like my interpretation of how I see the experiences of dreams. Like, I'm not saying that dreams are real, and with these dreams, the desires, because of my desires, like I don't always have desires, but I had a desire. So this is like an experiment for me. This was like where I basically had observed it and did a report. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to tell somebody something. I'm not gonna tell them. I don't know when I'm ever see this person, but it played out in a dream. So I feel like that's like a script. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? The avatar, whatever. I don't know. That's
Let
why I
me
say
tell
I
you
can't
about this one
explain it
dream
like
I
you
had.
did.
And it was a messed up dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I dreamed that I had an old coworker reach out to me and tell me that somebody had passed away, right? I was shocked, and I was even shocked in the dream. So crazy, because I don't ever remember my dreams. Hardly ever do I remember them.
Yeah.
Not, but I want to say a few months went down the line, I got a call from that same coworker in the dream that person actually did pass away.
So it's like a deja vu.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, what do you take out of that? Because there's so many
So
myths that
deja
people have
vu.
about dreams. Like, but for a random dream to happen like this, and then months down the line it actually happens, was just like weird as hell to me.
Oh,
Like,
people have premonitions. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's part of the script or not, but I know people have premonitions. I've heard so many people say like, "Oh, I saw this before it happened." Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, and that's kind of like deja vu. Premonitions are deja vu, the same
and
thing.
what's crazy is that I couldn't physically reach out to the person, but I reached out to a couple people that knew that person and was like, hey, is everything okay with such and such? And they're like, yeah, he's doing good, blah, blah, blah.
I bet. Yeah, that's why I said it's like, that's why I was trying to explain to disobey. Like, to me, it's just all a part of the script. Like, you know what I'm saying? You like this person, you knew this person, and all of these avatars are connected to one another. Like, not even like getting on no spirituality shit. Like, but these avatars are connected to each other by design, because the plasma is what connects us, right? And so when that is happening, I really can't explain why a person has premonitions or deja vu. That I cannot explain, but I do know that the avatars are connected. And so like I doubt if my cousin had known I dreamed about her. I'm not saying she knew I dreamed about her or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, I'm not saying dreams are real or nothing, but the fact that I know I had a desire and then I dreamed about that desire, to me, gave me a little bit more information on how this dream system shit working. Like, because when I go to sleep and I wake up, not only do I not can't remember the dream sometimes, but sometimes I can't even remember the day before. And so I feel like they're wiping our memories during these dreams. So that's why I spend a little more time on trying to understand it versus just throwing it away as just like, oh, it's just completely part of the script, because there's something happening with this dream and in this dream state.
So could the dream be like a distraction while they do whatever it is they're doing? Because I have dreams
Maybe.
sometimes that I get like a injection of like an emotion, but the emotion doesn't, like there was one I had real recent, like a week or so ago, and I was like starting to wake up towards the injection where it was like pumping like adrenaline into me, and the dream I was having did not match the adrenaline. Like there was no need for adrenaline in that situation, but it was like that was what it was trying to use as the excuse for the adrenaline. Whereas I think regardless of the dream, it was going to put that adrenaline there either way.
Yeah. You remember how I used to refer to myself as the black cat in the Matrix and what the black cat represented?
Yep.
So that's kind of like, sometimes I think sometimes information come through to us, and sometimes it comes through. Sometimes it comes through in dreams. That explains kind of like the deja vu things that happen. Like it's kind of like just a glitch of information that came through.
Yeah, like seeing into the script.
Yeah. Because I've never had a dream of me finding money. I've never had a dream of me being rich or anything like that. You know, most of my dreams are really intense. Some of them are kind of violent, you know, and some of them be kind of seeming, of course they always seem real because it's a dream. Is you experiencing it, or what is it, not experiencing it, but I'm trying to say like admitting it, I guess, or excuse me, fantasizing it, I guess, whatever. However we make the dreams, but it's coming from within us, basically. That's the other thing too. Like it ain't really. That's why I don't think it's like really nothing super fascinating. Like how some people can interpretate dreams and think that they have these really super deep meanings. They really they could, I guess, if you feed into the matrix, then yeah. But if you don't feed into the matrix and stuff, then they really don't have these deep meanings. More so, it's just a part of, you know, the script of playing out of whatever that happened in the waking part of the illusion of here. Because people say that the dream world, like I was listening to somebody live the other day, and I don't know if y'all heard somebody say this, but they said the dream world is the real world or the waking world. That's what they said.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that at all. I don't think the real world is confined in this space at all.
That's why I paused.
You know, dreams resemble AI more than this world does.
Yes.
For me, and I remember when this body was a lot younger, like single digits, just coming into like double digits. I used to get night terrors all the time, and those weren't dreams of anything I'd ever witnessed or thought of or desired, or you know what I'm saying? Like it had nothing to do with me. That
Right.
was an injection of something else putting those things for me to view there. You know, like it was things I could never fathomed as a 7-8-year-old. You know, it just wasn't. It was beyond like what even in horror movies, like beyond that, even what you see today. Like
Right.
so, like that wasn't coming from my imagination or subconscious. Like that was something else.
I agree. Like,
What about
so
the dreams? I'm sure everybody's had them dreams where you feel like you're falling off something, and before you hit the bottom, you wake up startled as hell.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you like, if you fully submit to the matrix, these dreams have some codes in them. I know because I've dibbled and dabbled with this stuff. But when you stepping outside of the matrix, it's just I watched a movie where it was a robot, this robot, and the robot didn't need to sleep, but it needed to recharge. So what they had it do was go to sleep, technically recharge. And during that time, because the avatar was recharging, the consciousness didn't sleep. So what they did was uh have a AI system that interact with the AI robot within itself, and it would play little visuals and things like that and create these dreams for it. So when I say it's a part of you, like it's not more so a part of you as in the authentic you, but more so a part of maybe like how we talk about the ego and this dark part of the avatar and the nervous system and things like that. It could be that part that is being, projected into the sleep state, like, because what else will be putting the dreams inside, like inside of the mind, like, if they're not like shooting the dreams within you. Because I mean, I know it's imprinted memories just like imprinted dreams, but how would they be getting them inside of you would be my question.
I mean, the
The
same way they
movies.
get thoughts. Well, I mean, it's your brain is like a receiver transmitter, so they could transmit whatever. Like they've already got there's literal patents right now to put commercials in people's dreams.
Yo, I've seen them doing that in that show, Blacks. What is it called? Black Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah.
And if they're telling us about it now, then it's something that isn't new. It's been going on.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, cause I've decoded dreams in the past, and when I did that in the past, of course it always was a reward in the end, right? But the more I start going down more and more rabbit holes and looking into certain information, I don't have dreams to decode anymore. I have dreams that be like, you need to comply, be in the system. Like I have black suits, ties, and individuals in my dreams with pew pews, and I have scenarios where now this is when I talk about the avatar and the other levels now. So I had a dream where it was me, my partner, my daughter father was involved in this dream. We was all in this home that we lived in the past, and my daughter was there, but it was a little different because it had an upstairs. So this is why I kind of like, if we gonna feed into what that individual used to say about us having these other versions of us on these other levels, you know what I'm saying? And just skipping the step shit, just tiptoeing around the information, like, cause I've been moving stuff around, like I've been going out of bounds with information, if you get what I'm trying to say here. But if we gonna consider there's different versions of us on different levels, when we go to sleep, we could possibly be animating these different levels, and the same thing will be happening in these other dimensions that they talk about. It will be happening as well, and this is the only way one soul will be able to inhabit all these damn avatars and stuff like that people are saying. But like, when I was unalived in that dream, like it felt as real as I thought like I was being unalived. And but when I woke up, of course I knew it was a dream and stuff, but it had the feeling of real, and I still remember the whole dream. Like I can tell y'all right now everything that happened in the dream. So that's why I have these different considerations on the perspective of these dreams. Like that's the only way I can explain why I think the way that I think about the dreams.
Yeah, I've had a similar dream where I got to experience what it's like to be unalive, which is interesting. It's like how could your brain just make that up? Because it's a very distinct and unique feeling.
Yeah,
You know.
I felt the hot, the shells and it was really weird. And that was the second dream I had like that. I had another one where my legs was on fire and I felt the fire. And I woke up and I was like grabbing my legs, like, what? What's going on? And I wrote that one down and I remembered that one. And Disobey, this one was funny because why I can't find the paper. I got the book, but the paper is gone out of there. You can see where it got ripped out.
Got adjusted.
Yeah, they was like, oh, she was.
Disobey. Why don't you get a notebook and write down your ideas? Like, with being memory wiped so often, I just wanted to say this so many times.
Ooh.
Like, just jot it down. Like, yeah, gotta jot it down. Keep
I
that goal.
agree.
I think about it, but I forget it. You know?
What? You're
I always forget to write it down.
Get one of those tiny ones. I got one in my pocket. You got no excuse. I got a big old parka with big pockets, and I got a little notebook. Just always have it.
I got tons of notebooks. I always forget where I put them though.
So I wanted to do what y'all was saying, but I wanted to do it where in a document way, where I document the day as it's happening, and then see if I remember it like that when I go back and read it.
Mike Martin writes that dream journal for like 20 years, gotten so much information. He rereads it often. There's something to that. And I'm wondering, the question is coming up for me in this talk of dreams, like, what is it for? I've heard about the whole dream state. What are they? Is it the memory wipe they're really going after? Or is it also helping write a script that it's trying to integrate with us, and try to make it as if it's our will, but it's not,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like I get stuff pulled out and put in dreams for sure.
So what is it trying to do? Like, because it makes us think strange and disturbing things. And I remember back in the day when I thought it's my subconscious and it's all that subconscious junk and my body and my mind sifting through it. And, and then you think you're the one that comes up with some of this strange, disturbing stuff. And now I know it's not true. There's all this external going on.
Yeah, the subconscious is not your friend.
Well, you're supposed to make friends with it, they say, or at least not be afraid of it, right? I mean, dance with it and learn from it and all this. Like,
what I do with it is that I try to scan it. I try to scan and see what is stored. What it is stored today that I did not know that it picked up on, that I was, because that's why I say that it kind of is the enemy in a sense, is because it picks up all of these subliminal messages that is put here to control us. And this is why so many people become sedated in this with the system and just kind of do what they say, is because the subconscious is taking in all of those the rituals, the subliminal messages is being recorded in there, and you don't even know what's recorded.
They've done these sleep studies and sleep clinics and all this research. They find out that it doesn't take long. You start acting real crazy, thinking really crazy in very little time with no sleep. And you are unable to like solve problems, think creatively, like all kinds of things pretty quick. You don't get sleep.
So Zorb said the subconscious is you, but I'm gonna go ahead and give a little pushback on that, because you got to look at the word subconscious, right? At the beginning of it is sub. What is sub? What would a sub do? Subs take away. Subtract. Sub is minus. Then you got con, and after that, what is a con? A lie. And then you got chias, which is the mind. So your subconscious mind is a lie.
It was a good breakdown for sure.
Gratitude. I remember some stuff we talked about now.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with the subconscious was that it was a completely separate entity. It was like a background program that's there to govern me when I'm not in my awareness.
Right. That's what I think about it too. It's just spying. Uh-oh, what happened? They got kicked off? Two people left at the same time? That's a little weird.
Oh, Pickens said he was going. It
Oh,
looked like you
okay.
had to. You muted somebody earlier, dude. Were they saying something?
I don't know. Who did I mute? Oh, yeah.
I
No,
don't
I
know.
did mute somebody. No, you're right. Somebody, they were saying like you guys are high or something like that in the comments or something. Like they was basically spamming the chat. They was like saying, they didn't say it all in one sentence. They was just like, you guys are, and then I saw it say hi or whatever, and I just was like, mute.
Oh yeah. Well, I just trusted your your discernment, and I went ahead and just gave him
Yeah.
the guacamole.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't know if you still roll with the guacamole on site, but I definitely was like, mute you for the minute. Mute you.
Yeah, I mean, if I see somebody get muted for something like that, it's usually hasta la
Yeah.
vista.
Since they no good anyway. Oof. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That's where I'm gonna go.
Is everybody getting kicked off, or what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, it was like a drop, drop, drop.
Pretty interesting.
With some people, I get a brain scramble. Like I can't understand what they're saying, and they keep going. And there's only so much schizoid ramblings I can listen to in a day. I literally sometimes I get scrambled. I do, and I'm like, I should beware there. You know.
Well, you know, like, I mean, this is my own perspective and experience, but I feel like a large percentage of what I hear in conversation is like it's entirely of this world. You know, like it's pretty much almost like a signal to reintegrate me back into that a certain bandwidth of thought, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, I get what you're saying. Because to me, I think to beings like us, a lot of what sounds normal is utterly absurd to
Yeah,
us.
that's for
And
sure.
then it goes vice versa. You know, like whoever that was in the comments, maybe they were just a bot, maybe they were just sent by the Matrix, but they might have been, you know, somebody that just has no awareness of self whatsoever. And so this is like listening to not a different language, but just like you said, schizo people.
No, I've truly like it's happened before, and I'm like, whoa, I don't understand anything right now. Whoa.
Barriers to entry, you know, there are barriers to awareness, which is so interesting. So interesting. There's so many barriers to awareness and truth in particular, because if it was about learning and growing, can you learn from a lie, or do you learn from the truth?
You earn the right to learn, though. First, let's remember the lesson. You earn the right to learn how to be a lesser son. Lesson. Get your lessons right.
Oh, geez. Such a scam.
Bless. Be less.
On the plan net. The net that's planned.
BRAI.
Brain.
BRAI.
Yep. Yeah, that one never. That's probably one I'll never forget too. That and faith. I was like, oh, they
Fate?
got us. Without one, out one, out one.
Or eat being in the
What
middle of death.
Yeah, that's
what was
wild.
what was faith? I remember AI's in the middle of it, but was there more to it?
No, it was AI in the middle of face, and then the other one was inhale, inhale. You got to inhale or you inhale. Are you inhaling or you inhale? So,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Right, yeah. I was like, I don't think they catching it. I'm gonna say it again one more time.
And
Inhale,
then
inhale.
they say hail to the king, right?
Yes, they do. Hell, yeah. Oh goodness. It's a couple more too where I was like I said, the subconscious was one, but it was another one too. Like the universe, people talk and say like, oh, but the universe. But when you really go into that word, you look at uni. Uni is one, and then verse is song. So it's just one song. That's all that word is one song.
I always kind of thought of it as like you inverse, like the inverse of you.
Yeah, it could be that too. It could be that too. Cause I thought of that one too. Like, cause I'd be like, I tell people like, nah, you the universe. It's not the universe outside of you. It's you in the verse. So that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
So many rabbit
Word. Well,
trails.
it's been a good live.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I
really good.
agree.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna go have a snack and charge my phone up.
Yeah, and I gotta
Oh
jump
yeah,
off.
one more question.
Yeah.
One more thing I wanted to think like about sleep and dreams, right? Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
um, relating to that movie, what it makes me think is like the body loses its capacity maybe to either contain the energy of our being, and so it has to go and recharge to basically replenish like the containment field so that we don't leak out of it. And then
Yeah.
while it is recharging, we do leak out of it in the dreams. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it kind of remind me of that movie Substance. In the movie Substance, she had a clone, and when her clone go to sleep, well, her each she had to sleep, and her clone had to sleep, and but when she slept, she would get this gel out of her and inject it into the clone, so the clone can stay young. But in order for her to create that gel, she had to go to sleep. So, like you said, like that gel represented like the avatar uh rebuilding itself or whatever. And she was basically taking uh that out of the original avatar and putting it in the clone avatar. And giving it to the clone avatar, which would be like the light they were sharing, like life fluids would be like fluids in the avatar or whatever. They were sharing that. But I never understood the if they were souls, if it was split souls that were tethered to like if it was one soul, I mean split into two bodies that I have not figured out yet. And if that's the case, then that might also interfere with dreams to where maybe some of the dreams you having are not even really like your dreams fully, but it could be like the case where what was the guy name? Donald Marshall, and they was torturing like the clone and stuff like that, and then he could feel it and experience it. And so maybe it's like a clone of us, and so maybe we ain't really experiencing these dreams like we think we experiencing these clone memories or something. I don't know. I just be thinking a lot.
Yeah, it made me when you talked about the fluid, it made me think of like electromagnetic field and how
Hmm.
the fluid in our body circulates. And
Hmm.
if you take certain metals that aren't really that magnetic, if you circulate them, they can create a stronger magnetic field. And I wonder if our magnetic field is lessened, you know, because when the body is asleep, the circulation is lower, which
Hmm.
would diminish the field. And maybe that's why people that get like low iron and stuff in their system. Like that's why they get lightheaded, because their consciousness starts to leak out of their body.
Mm,
Yeah, just a thought. I don't know.
interesting. Yeah.
Sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like in Alina, you had said lesson and you was like less sun, and then I just thought about like less on.
Mm.
Mm.
I know that's deep, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, now that one's deep. Sound like they shutting you off, you know, when they lessening you, they trying to shut you off or down, right? Less off, less on. Not as much as on, that would be off.
Mm.
I'm gonna sleep on that one.
And then I'll try to word this right for obviously TikTok purposes, but like when somebody has like a like an orgasm, right? They call
Okay.
that getting off.
They sure do. They sure do. Why do they call that getting off? That's very suspicious.
And in French, it's the
It's
mini
just,
death.
Oh gosh.
is it? It's
Well, it
less
makes
on.
sense because the Kundalini energy, that's the most time it can be risen. Most people don't even recognize that. They be talking about, so what do you got to do to raise your Kundalini energy? You do it when you have schmecks, people. Oh, man.
There's like a whole different language that I'm still trying to learn, just brand new on TikTok. Like we don't even say half the words. I'm still trying to figure out what y'all are saying half the time.
Yeah. I was talking about the how do you
Yeah,
say
I
it?
got it. I got it. I
Yeah.
figured it out.
I was gonna say like adult something,
Interactions of the
Yep, that's
intellect.
Adult
it. You
rat.
already Yep, that was
Adult
exactly what I was
wrestling.
gonna say. Yeah. That with proper intentions. That's a good way to put it. This is proper intentions.
Oh, intention would be a good word to do.
Intent. The word tent is in there.
Tension's in there.
Intentions in there too, right? Yeah, that's it right there. So intentions. And then that Sean TION actually means something too from when I was looking up like reincarnation. I looked up that it was another word too, and it means something too. That you could raise the roof with that Kundalini. You could build a house when you raise that Kundalini energy. You could do a whole lot of as they say, super ability stuff. Stay away from that stuff. I'm gonna just strengthen the mind because I guess that's all that's gonna go when it's time to go.
That's good advice. I think on that we should probably go ahead and shut it down so we can all go and take care of the needs of the avatar.
I know it's so needy. When I find that movie, I will share it with you, and you can share it with anybody else that you feel free to. But it's definitely worth checking out that body jumping one. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed talking with everybody. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you, D.
I'm
Appreciate
gonna
you.
show my little thing though, cause I gotta let them know it's still real. Cause people be thinking that I lost who I am. So love light with a little bit of darkness, and I'm the darkness and the light. Y'all have a good night. Glad you were here.
Thank you, Ion. Appreciate you.
Mm, mm, mm. Awesome, wonderful. Oh yeah, don't forget to appreciate love. Appreciate love instead of appreciate hate. I appreciate love. I said because I don't want to appreciate y'all. I don't want to hate y'all. I appreciate love y'all. Oh no. It said it kicked disobey. How it kicked the host? It said it kicked disobey. How it kicked the host? Oh, that's wild. Hey, I agree. That's wild. Oh, disobey. What a great way to exit stage left.
That was weird. It kicked me out. I don't know why it did that.
About to
I
get
thought it
off.
like discontinued it.
So what you gonna say, host? You got something in there. Get your notebook out.
Nah, I mean, I really wasn't gonna say nothing. I was just gonna say goodnight to everybody. It's weird. It said it kicked me for inactivity, but I did solve the puzzle earlier, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, had to hear your last word. Gotta fight the
I mean,
Matrix.
I really ain't got much else to say on it. Like we said a lot. I definitely I think everybody's got to use their own observational skills, to see what's going on here, and what anybody else says, including me, like you got to take it and dissect it and through your own awareness, and the patterns that a lot of us are noticing, we're all noticing the same pattern, so it's not a coincidence, it's not made up, and a lot of us are seeing through the mechanisms that blind a majority to these patterns. And so I think truth is a lonely road until it isn't. You know, I mean, even though we have each other to talk to and everything, it still isn't easy in the physical matrix for me. It's a nice relief sometimes to get on here and have chats with everybody, but it doesn't make this place any easier when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I disagree with the matrix. You know what I mean?
totally. I'm joking in the fact that like I'm just saying like if it's pushing one way and if the AI is glitching, it just make me want to do the opposite. That's all. You know what I mean? When it
Yep,
drops a call,
darkness.
something was supposed to be said.
Yeah, D said, fuck the Matrix. I agree. I agree. Good night, everybody. Yeah. Much love to the real ones and to the rest. Whatever. We'll talk soon.